right, calling to order Sac City Unified School District Board of Education meeting. Let's start with a roll call.
Member Jean? Here. Member Kayada?
Here.
Member Benjamin?
Here.
Member Singh?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
No, we don't.
Perfect. We will be going to closed session now. Thank you. All right, good evening, folks. Calling back to order. Good evening, folks. This is working? If you can hear me, please stand for Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. One day. Algún día. There you are.
All right, moving on to item 4.2, our broadcast statement.
This meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District is recorded. The recording will be cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV Uverse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and video streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replays Monday, October 20th at 12 p.m. and Wednesday, October 23rd at 6 p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/Metro Cable Channel 14. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form, which are located in the back of the room, and give them to our communications representative, along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the mic when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent mode. Thank you.
Thank you. 4.3, Stellar Student, introduced by Board Member Taylor Kayada.
All right, it is my privilege to recognize a stellar student tonight from Area 6. This student I'm about to introduce is from Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary, which is one of the jewels, the hidden jewels in some ways, of the Pocket Greenhaven area. So with that, I would like to invite Emma Meyerson to please come up to the podium with your friends and family and teachers. All right, so Emma is a phenomenal student. She works hard in every subject area. She always gives her absolute best. She represents what it means to be an MLK student because she is hardworking, kind, helpful, and enthusiastic about school and learning. She will go out of her way to meet new students so they don't feel alone, but they feel welcomed. She holds pages open for a kid when they have to leave class. She bakes cookies for kids to take home for their birthday. She is an all-around good human. Emma, you are one of the best students to represent MLK, and I'm so proud to present you with this certificate tonight. And before we come down for a picture, I would like, you're welcome to say a few words, and anyone else who's here may as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. All right. And with that, we are going to come down and we will take a picture and I will present you with the certificate.
Thank you. Good evening. Okay.
Do you want to hold this in the picture or you want to?
I can't watch. I'm just kidding. Oh. Positioning. There you go.
1, 2.
Emma.
All right, moving on to 5.0, announcements of action taken in closed session. Pass it over to you, Anne.
Good evening, President Singh. There are no announcements coming out of closed session this evening.
All right. Agenda adoption. A motion to adopt.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, perfect. Thank you. And 7.0, public comment.
We have 24 speakers, beginning with Eli Reed, Che Kim, Carly Levine,
Hello, my name is Eli Reed. Good evening, board members. My name is Eli Reed, and I am a 7th grade student and proud Phoebe Hearst alum. I want to talk about what it truly means for SUSD to be student-centered, equitable, and community-driven, because Mr. Henriksen and Mrs. Rupert embodied those values every single day. It is hard to explain what it feels like to be a 6th grader at Phoebe Hearst. It's not just another school year, it's something you look forward to the moment you start here. Whenever you walked into Mr. Henriksen's or Mrs. Rupert's classroom, the energy was positive, supportive, and full of fun. They created an environment where we could be ourselves, take on challenges, and grow into confident, self-sufficient students. I wouldn't be here today speaking to you if it weren't for the guidance and encouragement they gave us. They didn't just teach us lessons, they helped us become better people. They guided us to be leaders in our school and showed us what community really means. Because of them, Phoebe Hearst students aren't just academically prepared for middle school. We're ready to take on initiative, collaborate, and make a difference. Miss Rupert is the heart, and Mr. Hendrickson is the soul of Phoebe Hearst. Removing them is a direct contradiction to the values of that SUSD stands for. If our district is truly community-driven and student-centered, then listening to the students and valuing the educators who lift us up should come first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear board meeting, my name is Chia Kim, a 7th grader who learns at Miwok Middle School and a former Phoebe Hearst student. As a once proud student of the SCUSD district, I'm disappointed in you. Why would you ever take away one of the great pillars of Phoebe Hearst? I was part of the last class to ever learn under Miss Rupert. She was a great teacher, beyond any level of explanation. They were kind and made you want to be in school. Every time a slight celebration occurred or an enjoyable project came along, we would have an amazing time, such as the Christmas gift exchange. I've never felt as excited or happy in my life. Or maybe making the mummy mask, a souvenir of 6th grade, all about you. I can't understand why you would remove Miss Rupert over something petty, such as removing carpets. She treats us all like family, and think about it. Why would every kid from Miwok in our old classes come back and visit? She leaves the best lasting impression on every kid in her class. Miss Rupert was beyond exceptional, the role of what a teacher should be. I really can't think of 6th grade without her.
Hi, my name is Carly Levine, and I was supposed to be in Miss Rupert's core class at Phoebe Hearst Elementary School, and I got placed in Mr. Henriksen's math class, so I'm directly affected by your decisions with both of the teachers. I want to talk about how this has affected my friends and a lot of people that I have known for so long. They feel like part of my family. A lot of them have gone home every day since the first few weeks of school and cried because they don't have a teacher. They've had just a series of subs basically all year long. And the class is in chaos because we didn't know like half the subs. We didn't know their expectations. If we had had one solid teacher throughout the whole year, Miss Rupert, then we probably would have been picture perfect sixth grade students by now. Instead, we are still walking into school not knowing what to expect, because for the past 5 or 6 weeks, that's what we've been doing. And a lot of kids, they think that it's okay for them to be loud or noisy because they haven't had one set of expectations. And that upsets a lot of the other kids in my class because they don't like it in chaos. And that really upsets me because I care about all my classmates. Thank you.
The next speakers are Ellie Mulligan, Leah Wallace, and Harper Wallace.
Hello everyone, my name is Ellie Mulligan and I'm a 5th grade student at Phoebe Hearst Elementary. I'm here today because I have something important to say about what's happening at our school. I've been looking forward to being in Miss Rupert's 6th grade class for a long time. She's one of the most intelligent, magnanimous, and caring teachers I have ever met. I couldn't wait to learn from her and maybe get into Mr. H's advanced math class too. But when the school year started, something felt wrong. At our first assembly, we saw pictures of all of the teachers, but Miss Rupert's picture wasn't there. When I asked where she was, I was told she would be back next week, but she never was there. Later, I learned that she was removed from our school for taking out a carpet that was flea-infested and a trip hazard. She was trying to make her classroom safe like any teacher would. Now, both Miss Rupert and Mr. Henriksen are gone, and students feel disappointed, frustrated, and devastated. These teachers worked hard to make our school better. They don't deserve this. Mr. H spent the last summer helping our school, building our garden, and making our campus more picturesque. Also, the reason for his suspension is unclear, but whatever the reason is, I know Mr. H has done nothing to deserve this. Neither Miss Rupert and neither have the students. Nobody deserves the pressure you are putting on our school. Now I have gone to multiple of the protests, and I know, stated in the First Amendment, that we have the right to speak. And for me, I won't stop speaking until the teachers of Phoebe Hearst Elementary get the rightful justice that they deserve. Thank you.
Leah Wallace.
Hi, I'm Leah Wallace. Can I just say that's a testament to our school? You guys did amazing. Good job. Really good job. I've been a parent at Phoebe Hearst for several years now. My daughter Harper started in kindergarten. I moved up here from Los Angeles by myself with my 2-year-old and my 4-year-old. Our neighborhood school is Caleb Greenwood. We went and toured it. Great school. We walked into Phoebe, and it was home. For a single mom with 2 small children, walking into that school every day was a community that kept me safe and my kids safe. They embraced not only myself, but my children and our family. Miss Yulia and Miss Desiree, you walk in there, and it's like sisters. The teachers have a camaraderie. I know that every single teacher in this school is there because they want to be. They know our kids. My daughter had a hard time in 6th grade. She's now at Miwok. Mr. Hendrickson and Miss Rupert together, because they are such a well-oiled machine and know our students so well, they saw that my daughter was struggling. And they took it upon themselves on their own time to come together and talk to her and myself without me even having to say anything. They know our kids. So in this nation we're living in, one thing I will say is I'm teaching my child to stand up and fight for what is right. The nation we're living in, and so much uncertainty going on, we fight for what's right. We stand up for the people we love, the family members that care about us and are there for us. And I know for a fact that this school is safe, because if any of these students have any kind of emotional issues or problems, the teachers know. I don't have to worry that my daughter is going to be harmed or some shooter is going to come into the school, because they know our kids. They know us. I now have my daughter's statement to read. Back when I was in 6th grade, I remember going through a really rough time. Miss Rupert let me cry and hugged me and told me I was going to be okay. Math was a nice subject. I enjoyed it, but I enjoyed Miss Rupert. She made me feel safe. She made me feel loved. Watching your child go through something emotional and knowing that they have a safe place to fall. Wouldn't you want that for your children? This is unjust. We're teaching our kids to stand up. We believe in our teachers. We believe in our community. All of these teachers chose to be here. All of these parents chose to be here. We respect our teachers. We respect our community, and we thrive together. Our students thrive. I mean, these kids coming back to talk from Miwok, look at how well-spoken they are. That's because of these teachers. That's all them. Don't you want teachers that give of themselves wholeheartedly and unconditionally? Isn't that what we want for our children? It's like teachers that don't care slide under the radar. Teachers that do care are the ones that get in trouble because they are doing something. So my daughter tripped on that rug she had repeatedly asked to have it removed. My daughter, when she was a 6th grader 2 years ago, tripped on that rug. Still there? Then we had the flea infestation, so when they treated it, it got even funkier. So why was her request to have it removed not met? She's been in the district how many years? Mr. Hendrickson, same thing. Mr. Hendrickson's wife is a teacher at Miwok. Does that not say something about the dedication and the commitment these people have? His wife is a teacher at Miwok. I'm proud to be a Phoebe parent. I'm not proud to be part of the Sacramento Unified School District. Yeah, well said.
The next speaker is Caitlin Beckett, followed by Elia Basson. Caitlin Beckett, Elia Basson.
Mr. President and board members, I am here tonight because it has now been nearly 9 weeks since the school year started. It has been 9 weeks of chaos, 9 weeks of parents asking, begging for meetings with the board and the district, and it has been 9 weeks of silence. Through parent protests, student walkouts, and a volume of local and national news stories, for the last 9 weeks, not only have you denied our requests to our teachers reinstated, this board and this district have absolutely refused to even meet with the parents and students you are supposed to represent. You repeat over and over, there's nothing you can do, that the role of the board is leadership and oversight, and try to convince us that this is a personnel matter. While this may have started as a personnel matter, that ship sailed weeks ago. Plain and simple, this is a school in crisis and an absolute leadership failure. President Singh, you are not only the board president, you are our representative, and in that capacity, you have failed us. On your Facebook page, you have a quote from yourself, "I enjoy finding solutions that work for everyone." Yet when parents cried out for help and asked you just for that, you turned your back and ignored us. We were initially shocked and upset, but now we're just angry. Tonight, we are here to remind you, you work for us. We are the voters who elected you. We elected you to represent us and hold the bureaucracy accountable. You have either forgotten that or you don't care. But at this point, after 9 weeks of crisis and silence, it really doesn't matter. You have absolutely failed to do the job for which you were elected. As such, tonight, we, the parents of Phoebe Hearst and across the district, are beginning the process of terminating your employment. We are serving you here tonight with a notice of intent to recall you from office. If you won't do your job, we will remove you and elect someone.
Elia Basson, followed by Holly Jacobson.
Thank you, board. I'd like to thank you for your time and all of the work that you do. There are parents who have told their kids that if their kids cannot go to Phoebe Hearst, they would have to leave the district. My children go to a Title I school. They sit next to kids with disabilities and many families that don't speak English at home, and my kids get a priceless education with these peers. My children, with a background in white privilege, still qualified for every GATE test, and they both score above state standards in every test applied. Because children can still learn in a diverse school with amazing teachers that we have. The children at Phoebe Hearst have been misled. The parents have not explained that teachers have bullied children at the school to get them to try to leave. They have not explained that complaints are confidential and that teachers don't want all of their complaints made public. They have not explained to their kids Education Code 48356. These are smart children, and maybe they can be assigned a research project to research that code and see how it's equitable to test the 4-year-olds that come into that school. At many other schools, if substitutes had rotated through the classroom, we would blame the students and we'd say, oh, those students are haywire, the parents don't raise their kids right. But at this school, we're blaming the substitutes, of course. That might be it. Thank you for your time. I have a handout of the education code, which one parent didn't want to take, but if any kids want it for a research project. And I thank you, board. Oh, my other comment was the union. They also haven't explained that the union would never allow a teacher to be moved with this high of a rank and seniority over a carpet, that there's more background to explain to children on how these legal things work. Thank you.
Holly Jacobson, followed by Shaycon Norman.
Good evening. I'm a parent at Phoebe Hearst, and I'm new to all the many, many issues that I'm hearing about with this district. As I've tried to wrap my head around the treatment of teachers at Phoebe Hearst, I've begun to be concerned about what is next. Will you remove more teachers in retaliation? Will you remove more teachers from other schools? Are you going to start banning books? Are you going to remove music and science and art? For the public and people like that last gentleman who don't really know what's going on, the reason why we are here is because, simply put, teachers and parents made many requests, including myself, for cleaning, just cleaning, to address the lice and flea infestation at our school. It was so bad that teachers and children were coming home with bites. I cannot believe any parent at any district or any school would be okay with that. In fact, I know they wouldn't. That carpet was infested, and unbeknownst to all of us, apparently covered up some asbestos tiles. And now a teacher has been investigated for removing that flea-infested carpet when this district and the administration did nothing to respond for years. Mr. Henriksen defended his colleague over this clearly erroneous and arbitrary decision, and then he was put on leave. The district is essentially trying to silence teachers to make a point that no one can question them, and that is not okay. As I ponder what I continue to learn about this district, I'm reminded of an NPR story I heard about Randy Weingarten, the president of the American Federation of Teachers. One of the quotes from that interview that spoke to me was the following: "If you want to make a difference in the lives of children or of young people, teaching is the way to do it. We are in a race always between hope and fear, and teachers are the nation builders, and teachers are the hope agents. You have taken 2 of our hope agents. The students that so eloquently spoke, the parents here tonight, and our community, our friends and family and other schools are cheering us on because they know how egregious this is. And all we're asking you is to do the right thing. Own up to your mistakes and fix them." Now I have a second issue and a second topic, and that's transparency and compliance with the Brown Act. As you should know, the Education Code requires meetings to be open and in strict adherence with the Brown Act.
Please wrap up
The
your public
materials
comment.
need to be posted, such as meeting minutes on your website, which they are not. That needs to be fixed. Legal counsel should understand that. Now, one final topic. I took less than 2 minutes on that. Now we are getting threats from the administration to the parents. What is going on? You should know that apparently the district spent district funds to hire an attorney to send a cease and desist letter, to the parents for starting a GoFundMe account for the legal defense of these teachers. Are you kidding me? All you had to do was spend that money to vacuum our classrooms.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please.
Nikki, hold on. Can we keep the comments to 2 minutes? I'm trying to be respectful for everybody to be able to speak. There's 24 speakers. Okay, we can take a pause. Then we're going to keep it to 2 minutes. I'm not trying to cut anybody off. I'm not trying to make you wait. 2 minutes, please.
Good evening, board. My name is Shaycon Norman. I'm a parent in the district, but I'm also a law student, and I am going to be changing the topic briefly, but I do think that the momentum, the energy in the room definitely speaks to the fact that you have parents that care and are involved in the district, which does touch on my topic tonight. I appreciate the thought that goes into balancing the district's many needs, and I want to ask more specifically about what parents can do collectively or individually to help secure funding for special education in our district. As a parent, as somebody who's worked in education, I've seen firsthand, I know parents have seen firsthand the challenges that come with limited staffing, resources, individualized support, and we know that laws require certain services, but also that funding falls short. So I'm just here to ask or to put on your radar that there are parents that care about it. Whether there are advocacy channels, partnerships, grant opportunities that the district can guide us towards, can we help by reaching out to legislature? Can we do something around attending budget hearings? Something that you could guide us towards that you, in your experience, find helpful? I think it's very clear that parents want to be a part of the solution. We're not just asking for more, we want to help make things possible. So thank you for your time and your commitment to your students, especially with those with unique learning needs. That's all.
The next speaker is Owen Nakisa, followed by Jim Riffle and Rebecca Wall.
Good evening. My name is Owen Ngitha, and I am a student at West Campus High School. I rise today along with hundreds of parents from South Sacramento schools who are unable to be here today due to inequity and the lack of a luxury to be here today. I urge you to remember South Sacramento, our communities, our schools, and our children. We matter too. Our narratives are just as important. Teachers and staff are constantly ripped from our school sites and our communities. This is not just an East Sacramento problem, it's an everywhere problem. There is chaos in our schools too. when creating policy to solve issues, keep us in mind as well. I am not alone, I remind you. I am here with Elder Creek Elementary, Earl Warren Elementary, the Bowling Green Schools, John Still K-8 School, Camellia Basic Elementary, Parkway Elementary, H.W. Harkness Elementary, Woodbine Elementary School, Rosa Parks K-8 School, Susan B. Anthony, Will C. Wood Middle, Luther Burbank High, and Hiram Johnson High. Pressure at our schools is definitely present here too, and I call on you to recognize this as well. Our schools are community too. Our schools are family too, and we want nothing but the best for our students and staff. Our staff make us feel safe and loved too, when that isn't the case at our homes. I stand here to recognize and emphasize the issues that are left ignored in our communities, because we matter as equally as anyone else. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Jim Riffle, Chapter Vice President, SEIU 10-1. Most of you know me, I've been up here a few times. You filled the room pretty well. There are two ways to do that. Either you got a $100 million grant and we're all here to congratulate you, or you've angered everybody. Guess which one it is. We have been... We have been bargaining since April. And through all of our requests, we get no. We're going to have the status quo. Since April. Then all of a sudden you are back behind by $83 million. That's the right number about now? 83 million? And we're supposed to take it in the shorts. No.
Rebecca Wall.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Wall. Thank you for the time to speak today, and thank you for all the work that you do to support our district. I work for the Health Services Department as a health services technician. I've been an employee with SCUSD for 14 years, and last June I finally graduated from being a parent with the district. College is great. I'm a member of the SEIU bargaining team, and as you've heard, we've been meeting with the district for over 6 months now, attempting to reach an agreement. Our contract expired June 30th, so I've been working without a contract for over 3 months now. We have our next session scheduled 3 weeks from now. Clearly, the district does not prioritize this effort. I'd like to talk to you about our instructional aides and our health aides. These classified staff are providing essential and mandatory services to students under 504 and IEP. A year ago, there were 660 vacancies between these positions. Today, there are 553 still. That means that a year of hiring efforts have only filled 16% of these vacancies. Because the wage is so low for these positions, it is difficult to attract qualified candidates. And those who work for agencies are making more money per hour than they would as an employee of Sac City Unified. I spoke with an LVN today, a Health Aide 3, who had to take an $8 an hour pay cut to become an employee for our district to do the same services that they did as an agency provider. Meanwhile, the district is hemorrhaging money to outside contractors to deliver these essential services. I understand that the district was recently surprised to learn that they spent more money than they had planned last year. And I would just like to say that paying the appropriate wages for these vacancies might help solve that problem. Please meet with us to reach an agreement. Thank you.
The next speaker is Melanie Knight, followed by Catherine Santora and Yvonne Tellis. Melanie Knight.
I am nervous as heck. I am super nervous to do this, and I don't know why. Hi, I'm Melanie Knight. I have been an employee for the district for 13 school years now. I've actually taught some of the students of people who are on this school board. I've given my heart and soul to this district, but I can't afford to stay here. Had to move recently. My rent went up by $1,000. I know that's not on you guys, but with my pay as an instructional aide at Hiram Johnson High School, I can't afford to live. If I did not get Social Security for my children because my husband passed away 7 years ago, he was a school bus driver for this district. He gave his heart and soul to this district. We've worked our butts off. I have worked with these students. I've worked with students with emotional disturbance, bipolar, schizophrenic, severe depressives. These students need more of me. They need more me. They need more people that give their heart and soul like I do. We're not going to attract those people with the pay that we are offering. We are going to get young people who are 19, 20, 21, and yes, they're going to grow up and they're going to become me. They're going to become employees like me. But we need to attract more of them. They can go to McDonald's, they can go to In-N-Out and make more than what we're offering instructional aides in our district to teach our children, our future. These are the people who are going to be running our country someday, but they're not going to get the education they need. When I was in school, I was an ADHD child who was off the wall. My mom got told, I'm sure like I do about my daughter, no matter where I move her, she talks to everyone. I didn't have instructional aides in my class. I didn't have special education when I was a kid. It didn't exist. It would have made a world of difference for me growing up if I'd have had these services. Having more of me is what these students need. Having more people with a heart for these children and love for this district. I am a product of Hiram Johnson High School. I'm a proud member of this district. I'm a proud member of this SEIU. And I want to do more. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Catherine Santora, and this is my 16th year working with Sac City Unified School District. I'm currently at John F. Kennedy. I feed high schoolers for a living. I can share something with you today. My principal came into the cafeteria and he said that he had 6 kids come from Elk Grove School District and said that our food is 100% better than theirs. High schoolers are huge critics of everything, and they tell the truth. I'm a proud member of SEIU 1021. Our bargaining unit has been in negotiations since April, and yet we still have no agreement. Every year we hear the same excuse: the district doesn't have any money. Enough is enough. 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 We are asking you to come to the table prepared. We are asking for a living wage increase that is fair and in line with what other bargaining units have received. We do essential work that keeps this district running. We're not asking for anything unreasonable. We are asking for respect, equity, and dignity. We are worth it, and actions speak louder than words. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Allen and members of the board. My name is Yvonne Tellis, and I'm a registered behavioral technician with our district. Every day, I work alongside our BCBA and BIS teams to support special education students, many of whom require one-on-one aids due to the complexity of their behavioral and academic needs. This year I visited classrooms staffed with 46 agency aides and only 16 district aides, a nearly 3-to-1 ratio. That's unacceptable. Our students deserve consistent, trained support, not a rotating cast of temporary staff. Agency aides often lack accountability and receive minimal supervision. If they're unhappy or simply don't want to come in, they can call their recruiter and walk away. Many don't have access to student plans or even know who their supervisor is, so who trains them? Our teachers, our instructional aides, our behavioral staff. But with constant turnover, this cycle repeats. And it's our students who pay the price. Inconsistent staffing leads to increased behaviors, stalled progress, and emotional setbacks. Many agency aides have told me they would gladly work for the district if the pay was higher. By investing in district-employed aides and offering a living wage, we can attract and retain committed staff, people who build relationships, understand our students, and stay. So I ask you, how does not obtaining and retaining district aides align with our board's goals for sustainability and fidelity across the schools? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anayeli Garcia Silva, followed by L.R. Roberts.
Hello, dear board members. I am here not just as an SEIU member, but as a parent. I worked in the special education department for over a year, and I cannot tell you how many times I answer the phone to frustrated parents whose children's teacher called them to come get their children because they didn't have an aide in the class or because they were having trouble adapting to their new aides. Children deserve better. Children deserve stability. Children deserve an aide that cares and builds a relationship with them. And most important, our children deserve the opportunity to learn. Please do it for the children. Thank you.
I'm L.R. Roberts. I'm sort of an unusual person in that my children attended Sac City Unified School District schools. My grandchildren attended Sacramento City Unified School District schools. And now 6 of my great-grandchildren, all of them attend Sac City Unified School District schools. And some of them were in what was called at that time special ed. So what bothers me is the contractors make more than the aides, and the contractor company, which doesn't pay all the money to the contracting aides, makes twice as much as the employees. This is unacceptable. Thank you.
Sorry, our next speaker is Jennifer Womack, followed by Charles Bolton.
Special education too. Feel free to support us. Hello. Waiting for my colleague. We should have 3 minutes, but we're not on the agenda. I think it's actually more, so we're gonna take 6 minutes total, if we get there. For some reason we're not. Anyways, everyone, my name is Charles Bolton. I serve as the Vice Chair of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education.
I'm Jennifer Womack, and I serve as the Secretary and Treasurer for the CAC.
Today, I'll be talking more to you all, so I may turn and go. But what that is we are the parent representation for special education with the school district. We're here to show our support for those 2 teachers that we talked about earlier. We understand, as I am a former teacher with Sac City Unified that was let go last year because of my support for special education. I fought for too many suspensions. I fought against changing our model. And of course, I found a new district that welcomed me in, but I was at Luther Burbank High School, in which our community doesn't show up like this all the time, unfortunately. But I support these teachers 100% because what you guys all stood up for and did today. Of course, my kids go here that I adopted to Sac City Unified, and I will never let them go. So I continue to support through this capacity. I am still a special education teacher with another district. Jen, do you want to introduce yourself again?
I have 2 special needs kids. I have 3 children total. 1 is in this district. However, we need your help, board. We need your help to reach out to other parents of special needs kids. I know that April had spoken about this in past board meetings. She had came to our committee meetings. We have been getting stonewalled with the district as in how to reach our parents. How to reach parents to even see and advise the board as we are supposed to within legislature to adequately disperse and make sure services are being rendered in an appropriate way and that kids' needs are being met. We've gone on foot to campuses and passed out flyers and such. Gio had mentioned at our last meeting that, an ad hoc list could be made to do the phone calls that April had suggested, yet it's been over a month. We don't have an ad hoc list to make those phone calls, to sit there and dial and make those voice to person, the person on the other end of the line. We don't have that list yet. And it is what it is, but we need your help.
We believe that the district does not want us to reach students with special needs, because then you all come out and support like this. We have continuously tried to reach our students with special needs. We've tried to point out the issues. As I stated, I was on campus fighting the issues, and the district has not responded to me as well, and I will continue with my tort claim soon. At this time, we do want to let you all know that we have an Ask SPED event that is this Tuesday at Hiram Johnson, Tuesday at 5:30. All district special education services will be there. They're providers. You can come and ask them any question you like. It is going around. Once again, they are not sending it out as they should, but it is online. We will send it out again. They refuse to send it to your emails, but we are having the event this upcoming Tuesday. All service providers will be represented. You can come talk to people. You can talk to the director of special education. I will be asking the questions on your behalf. Please show up and represent special education. There will be food provided. All right. 5:30 at Hiram Johnson this Tuesday. Tell your families, tell your everyone. We recognize there's an issue with paraeducators. We will be addressing all of that.
Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Tamara Dady, followed by Samira Guy and Bradley Holmes.
Good evening, President Singh, Superintendent Allen, board members, and SCUSD staff. My name is Tamara Doty, and I worked at Sacramento Charter High School as a TA, a science teacher, and as an academic coordinator. I'm here to share my perspective on how the SCTA union activity has affected our school. I came to Sac High after a long career in scientific research, and I wanted to inspire young people to pursue STEM careers, so I was accepted into the Teach for America program. And after Institute in Los Angeles, I specifically sought out a position at Sac High because I live in Oak Park, I feel grounded in the community, and I wanted to serve the kids that I see daily in my own neighborhood. I also knew the commitment that St. Hope has to our youth and wanted to be part of it. So I was especially grateful to the Sac High superintendent who understood my goals and offered me a position there. It was shortly after I started working there that I was prompted by a staff member to attend an SCTA union meeting. It didn't take long before I realized that I'd made a mistake by attending. The discussions were clearly aimed at making me feel I was being taken advantage of by the very and also for undermining the very administration who'd given me the job that I was so grateful for. I left feeling ashamed that I'd naively attended that meeting. I've seen several SCTA actions that undermine school leadership. I once saw union reps being snuck into the campus by a teacher early in the morning before school through a side door. They were intentionally trying to avoid being seen and bypassing our visitor protocol. This was caught on surveillance video. In another instance, I was supporting a teacher the SCTA was courting. She was giving students a survey during class. Students were confused and asking me why were they being asked about curriculum, textbooks, and teacher salaries. This teacher was clearly using our students to collect data for the union agenda. This was also documented. Union activity often targets new teachers, encouraging division before teachers have even settled in.
Wrap up your public comment.
Pardon?
2 minutes. Can you just wrap up the final piece?
Okay, yes, I will. So basically, the union held a meeting on our campus today. I had understood that they had already collected the salaries of teachers, but then they also asked for the salaries of classified staff that they don't even represent. And I understand that that information has been distributed. For what purpose? They aim to divide us, and it's shameful. Thank you for your time, and thank you for supporting our students.
I think it's fine.
Good evening. My name is Samira Guy, and this is my 6th year teaching at St. Hope Public Schools. I truly love my school, my students, and what St. Hope stands for. We set high expectations, we build character, and we help our students grow into strong, confident people. That mission means everything to me. I'm here tonight because I want to be honest about how SCTA has treated me and others who don't share their opinions. When the union leader came to my school to hold their first union meeting of this school year, they invited every single teacher at my school except for me. They personally texted, emailed, and/or approached in person every single teacher except for me. I was left out completely for that first meeting of the year, and that was not an accident, but because I have disagreed with them in school-wide meetings in the past. That experience is just one of many examples that made it clear that this union is not representing all teachers. They're pushing their own agenda and shutting out anyone who speaks up differently. That's not unity, that's division. At my school site now, there are very few teachers that support SCTA. Most teachers at my school now have seen the union's dishonesty, their divisiveness, and their ulterior motives that have nothing to do with supporting us. I want the board to know that we love the work we do, we love the students we serve, we want to be a part of a culture that values every voice, that rewards great teaching, and most importantly, one that puts students first, not politics or power struggles. Thank you for your time.
Bradley Holmes Talbot.
Hi, my name is Bradley Holmes Talbot, and my kids call me Mr. HT. Good evening, members of the board. The first time I stepped onto St. Hope Middle School's campus, I knew that was where I belonged. I started as a substitute teacher, and since then I have earned my preliminary credential and my master's in teaching, and it was supposed to be archaeology and biological anthropology. I'm now in my 3rd year teaching for St. Hope, and this work has completely changed my life. Since joining St. Hope, I've built strong connections with my students, their family, and the Oak Park community. I've taught summer school at Sac High, attended students' game, and come to deeply respect the people I work for and with. When I first met Lisa Ruda, she somehow knew it was an anniversary of my mother's passing. She came to me, hugged me, and showed me what true compassion and leadership looks like. That moment solidified my loyalty to St. Hope Public Schools. The first time I heard of SCTA was when someone quietly whispered to me about attending a meeting like it was a secret. I went, and I was shocked by the tone and by how anyone who spoke differently was dismissed or talked over. Even worse than that meeting was how they would speak about and for Lisa, who was at that time deceased. Since then, I've seen teachers excluded, removed from email chains, and silenced for having different opinions. It reached a point where I had to ask them myself to stop texting me because they did not represent me. They made me feel uncomfortable, not represented. Teachers should be united, not divided. We should model collaboration, respect, and professionalism for our students because that's what education is supposed to be about. The best way to support our children is our main focus, and it's by working together, lifting one another up, not tearing each other down. That's not what teachers are about. I love St. Hope, and I see myself continuing to work for St. Hope and serve the Oak Park community. I want the rights to work directly with St. Hope to discuss my pay, my growth, and my future without interference from a group that does not respect my values or my voice. Thank you.
The next speaker is Brad Bernstein, followed by Beth Simonton.
Good evening, board. Before I start, I just want to point out that I know it's a long night for everybody, but we've been waiting to speak. And I would just think it would be respectful to have everybody's attention for us, since we've been waiting for you to listen. This is like the 5th, 6th time I've actually been here to speak. And I'm looking around and I know that you guys are tired from I've been here, but in all things considered, not everybody's even paying attention. Now, if this were my classroom and I was looking around, I would certainly take action. So I would just appreciate a little bit of respect when we're here, if we're expected to respect you, okay? So I guess that's going on deaf ears. I'll move on with regard to the SCTA. I'm just gonna confirm everything that you've already heard, and I'm gonna further it with, they come to our campus regularly to create division and toxicity. Today they wanted to spread our salaries around. They don't represent us, and the reasoning and cause given was because it's public information. There's a lot of things that are public information, correct? Doesn't mean it's just appropriate for distribution at our school. What purpose would this serve if not to divide us as an organization? So I'm going to keep it brief. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Beth Simonton, and I am a transitional kindergarten teacher at PS7 Elementary, and this will be my 5th year at PS7. Right now on campus, I host Girl Scouts. I am also in charge of the yearbook, and I love my job. As of right now, I'm in the process of moving my educational credential over from Massachusetts to California. I feel so fortunate to be where I am in this job. I'm here today to talk about the union and how it impacts us at the E. We call the elementary school the E. To be completely honest, the first word that comes to mind is negative. Every time I get any form of contact from the union, I get a pit in my stomach. It's negative, it's hurtful, it's unnecessarily rude, and it's full of information that is untrue. I can't seem to understand why the union wants anything to do with us, since they have nothing positive to say about us at all. I have personally spoke with their rep several times and have tried to ask direct questions, yet can never get direct answers, or I am told outright lies. One lie in particular is of a new teacher telling me that they recently attended a union meeting this week and were told that the union is going to get them free health care. Not true. They also told me that the school will pay for whatever they need and that they should go ahead and buy whatever they want. I don't know any job where you can do that. Again, this is not true. Fortunately for this teacher, I was able to tell them that this was 100% false. The school is great about getting supplies, and they'll get us whatever we need. I've experienced this personally, and it's been great. The school is great about it. Telling teachers this is sneaky, and it's weird. This is just another thing to add to the list of ways that they are trying to divide all of us. Another lie is that the late Lisa Ruda wanted the school to eliminate performance-based pay. Performance-based pay supports teachers who genuinely want to be in their positions and strive to work hard every single day. These scholars are learning more from teachers who want to be there versus teachers who are simply paid to show up and get a paycheck. Lisa, who was a crusader for our school, was a firm believer in performance-based pay and stood firmly behind it. May I continue?
Can I wrap up?
Yes. Any suggestion otherwise misrepresents her and her position, and it is honestly sad. I just don't understand why we can't be honest and why we need to lie. It also feels unnecessarily cruel to lie about someone who is no longer with us to defend themselves. Fortunate for us and unlucky for the union, we know what Lisa stood for and also what she said, so we can speak up for her behalf to make sure her legacy continues, which is family. Lisa stood for family and togetherness, not lies and divisiveness. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last speaker for 7.0 is Matthew Shakta.
Hello, my name is Matthew Zakta, and for the last 2 years, I have worked with Sacramento City Unified through an agency with special health needs. During this time in which I was employed through a staffing agency, I built relationships with students and parents. I love working with these students and caring for and interacting with them is important to me. I take care over both the medical and non-medical aspects of these interactions. For instance, I would bring a chess set in to play chess games with students. I would read books with them, invent games like pretending to be Wolverine from X-Men. These connections were valued with the students and their parents and school personnel. Chess playing was even written into a care plan of one student. A parent texted me to make sure I was planning to return to care for her child this school year. During the 24-25 school year, while working at Sac City Unified through an agency, I also began taking classes at Sacramento City College. Going for my LVN to RN bridge program. Towards the end of the last school year, I was told the district would no longer work with the agency I was employed by. I was repeatedly encouraged by my supervisor, the lead nurse, to apply to Health Aid 3. I was also told that I would care for the same students I would worked with before. I applied in June. I had an interview in August. During the time I was waiting to hear the results of my interview, fall semester classes started in Sacramento City. But basically what happened was there was a scheduling conflict because I had classes in the morning. In the past, while I was working through the agency, they would work with me with my school schedule, but hired through the district, they wouldn't give me the same allowances. So I really care about the kids I worked with and really care about their well-being and would love to work with them again. And also at the same time go to school to become a RN and to be a school nurse. But they weren't able to work with my schedule because they said, like, you got to be in 7:30, 5 days a week. But through the agency, they worked with me. But
Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah,
We got your email.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My bad. This is on the agenda. Yes. We can proceed.
All right, thank you. We go on to our consent agenda. Go ahead.
8.1G.
All right. Do we have a motion to move with the exception of 8.1G, which has been pulled by Member Rhodes?
Moved.
You have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Oh, just to be able to remember. Go ahead.
Aye. Member Jean? Aye. Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Okay, 8.1G was approval addition board appointees to district advisory committees. And my appointee for the LCAP committee is here tonight, Jennifer Womack. I don't, where's she at? Jennifer, can you stand up real quick? Everybody give a round of applause for Jennifer. She's going to be our committee member for Area 5. And I would say, Jennifer, your tenacity, your willingness to work directly in community and get out there and fight for our students and parents and community members is inspiring. And I look forward to you being part of Team Area 5, Team Roads out here. And I hope we're going to do great things together in the coming months and years. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Member Rhodes. Member Jean.
I wasn't going to pull this one officially, but I do have an announcement on this. So there's been some questions about our shaping of the LCAP committee this year for the next 2 years. And I just wanted to kind of give an update about some of the conversations and work we've been doing behind the scenes. So I've been working with our chair, Dr. Ed Eldridge, on ensuring that our LCAP advisory committee is in line with the expected parameters defined by Ed Code. So it does need to be 50% parents. So we have slightly adjusted the committee structure in that the 7 community members are, of course, all parents, 1 from each area, and then we will only have 6 folks from staff officially. So the parents will have the majority in the voting members of the committee. Additionally, we have ensured that all of our staff appointees are either 1 in positions that specifically support the focus of the LCAP, or 2, also be parents of the students in the district. So we're ensuring that parent voice is very, very strong in this room. I also want to mention that part of the LCAP expectations is that we have parents in the room that are either low income or parents of students that are low income English learners, foster youth, and special education. So we are also working to ensure that there are these equity voices in the room as the conversations occur. So I'm just wanted to announce that we've made sure we're in line and we're following those parameters since the questions have been coming up.
Wonderful.
Just very briefly, I wanted to speak to Jennifer Womack as well. We know each other through the Community Advisory Committee and through various other things around town. Our kids are at the same school now as well. But I remember one of the first things I asked her after getting to know her was, do you live on the east side of Freeport or the west? Because I want to put you on one of my committees. So I'm jealous of member votes for getting you as his appointee.
Too bad.
All right. Do we have a new motion?
Yeah, motion to move forward.
Second.
All right. Roll call. We'll start with our student member.
Aye. Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Moving on to 9.0, communications, employee organization reports, SCTA.
Good evening, members of the board, Board President Singh, and Superintendent Allen. I'm Nikki Malevsky, President of the Sacramento City's Teachers Association. At the last meeting, Board Member Kayada removed 2 unauthorized contracts from the consent agenda and called for more accountability over contracting practices related to the services with students with disabilities. We want to echo that call for accountability. Over these past few weeks, we've held numerous meetings with the district's special education leadership, and we appreciate the leadership of Becky Bryant and Iris Taylor, who have stepped into this complicated mess. In those meetings over the past several weeks, whether it be a meeting with speech and language pathologists or psychologists, program specialists, or a wider representative group of educators, there's a remarkable consistency in identifying issues and, in some cases, administrators that need to be corrected. It is no longer possible for anyone to say that they are unaware or that this is news to them. While there are many longer-term changes that need to be made, there are several short-term, immediate steps that should be taken right away. They're no longer the refuge of failing to take action because no one knew. Now, today, we all know. We also urge you to work with SEIU to settle a fair contract, including addressing the disparate pay for aides. Not only is this the right thing to do, but it would greatly save this district money. The enormous amount that's spent on outside vendors is really damaging our ability to serve our kids. We'd like to see you settle this as soon as possible. And in some, we are expecting you that you will take action to implement the necessary changes in the special education department to address the ongoing crises that occur there. We know that some of these decisions may be hard, but they need to be made. The status quo is no longer acceptable. And before I leave the podium, I just want to urge everyone to vote yes on Prop 50. The cuts that are coming from the federal government are to our kids and to our schools. This is money that goes to free food, breakfast and lunch, special education, and Title I. These are our kids and our schools, and voting yes on Prop 50 is one of the ways that we can stand up for our students. So please join us in that. Thank you.
Thank you. SEIU.
I'm back. Hi. I have been an instructional aide for a long time. I started as a volunteer, then I was on per diem for 12 years, and then I got made permanent. I've been through 2 layoffs in a row, got through it. I have known a lot of kids, and a lot of kids have known me. We have built relationships. We have had good times, we've had some bad times. But the kids were all that mattered. The students, they are the most important things we have, are our charges. I've known a lot of aides that have worked well with the students. I've known some that didn't do so well. I've known a couple of great contract aides. In fact, last year we had a student that tried to run away every single day, and he got violent. He had a one-on-one contract aide who helped him out as best he could and wouldn't let him run out the front gates. The child beat him up a couple of times, put him in the hospital once. I was there with him, keeping the child inside the gates so that we could teach him, so he could learn. I've known a lot of bad contract aides who are sitting on their phone all the time. You've heard the stories. A lot of them are true. There are a couple of good ones. I was also at a job fair last year where we had close to 100 people sign up to get interviews. A good portion of them were from the contract aid contracts. They wanted to become members of our district. They didn't want to have to be moved every other day or every week because they know that building a relationship with the children is where it matters. And the contracts and the leaders of those contracts didn't care about that. They moved the aides where they wanted to. That's unconscionable. We need to keep consistency with the children. Whether they're special aid or general ed, they need consistency. They need somebody who they can build a relationship with so they can learn a lot easier. Contracts aren't really helping them.
Good evening, Board. We've had conversations with every single one of you. You asked us to name our priorities, and we gave them to you. We're not getting much movement. Every one of us are here for our kids. Without the students, we wouldn't be employed. You guys wouldn't have jobs. We'd all be somewhere else. When are we going to work together to do what's right for our students and our families and our community? When we endorsed you guys, you made promises to us that you were going to engage with us, that you would uphold our students in our community. So where's those promises? Why are we getting nowhere? Why, when we reach out for help, we get stalling, we get rescheduled, we get breakouts that last half the meeting time. We don't get consistent, ongoing, long days to negotiate. Sometimes we do. Other times we don't. We've got a 3-week period before we can negotiate again because the hired attorney has a lot of other things on the books. So Sac City gets kicked to the side. That's not helping our students. It's not helping our aides. And it's sure not helping how SEIU members feel about our board and our district because they're frustrated. They're hurting. We have people struggling to get groceries on the table. We have people struggling to get their kids a decent aid. I have a cubby mate that I had to listen to 2 days ago, 4 times on the phone with her student because the special ed class was short-staffed. The contracted aide never came back that day. The kid's frustrated, acting out. These kids have to have consistency. They need to be able to bond with their aides. They need to know it's a safe place to sit, to learn. They're not getting that from the contracted people. They're not. The contracted people are a warm body, and that's all it is. The agencies are making the money, not the aides, and our kids are suffering. They're suffering. I heard this student screaming at the top of his lungs in the classroom. 6 years old. How good is that? How do you think my poor single mom that's sitting there trying to work, having to try to take care of her special needs kid, that is suffering, just suffering? It's not fair. It's not right, and it's sure as hell not equitable. I know you guys have heard this before, but they're coming in late. They take extended breaks. They just disappear. I just talked to a young lady that was going to college, and she has missing some of her courses because the aides don't show up. So she's going to have to take her classes again because she cares about the kids. So she's putting her own education to the side for the kids. So there's consistency. The contracted aides are focusing on their paycheck. They make more than my aides make. There's something wrong with that picture. You guys did the right thing for the bus drivers. Why don't you do the right thing for the aides? They deserve no less than $30 an hour. And that is a fair wage. It's not unrealistic. And you still save money by not contracting out. And you know what you get by that? You get a student that wants to come to school. The parent isn't fighting their kid to get them to school for an education. You have a kid that's going to learn. You're going to have a kid that comes home excited. Hey, Mom, I learned this today. Hey, Dad, this is what I learned today. They're not getting that. They're crying and screaming because they don't want to go back. They're afraid. Is that what you would want for your own kids? Our families don't want that either, and our aides don't want it. They want a coworker that they don't have to train, and then they disappear. We got them coming in, and they're getting fired because they're mistreating, touching a kid wrong, because there's no district training when they're onboarding. Don't even train them. It's a warm body, literally a warm body. You pass the NCLB, you're good to go. You're with your kids. There you go. Oh, I'm sorry. HR just called you in. We got to go validate you. You just got fired. You didn't pass probation. So I'm going to ask each and one of you, really, truly put in your hearts and find out deep inside what's the right thing to do. Are we going to invest in our people that are going to stay here? You just saw a great-great-grandmother who's got all those generations of people that have gone to Sac City. Or are we going to just have them start flying away and going to other areas? They can go to charters. They don't have to come here. There's lots of options. Please do better. Please support your students, and please support my aides. Let's get some ongoing, consistent, loving care with people that will make a difference in our babies.
TCS, Teamsters, UPE, all right, seeing no one, we're going to move on to our student member report.
All right, hello everybody. First off, I want to kick it off on a happy note. Owen, you did amazing for your public comment. I just want to say that you are amazing. Thank you so much for reminding us to keep our focus on the entirety of the picture, specifically communities we overlook in the equation. The reminder is always needed. Next, I want to talk on something that I've been ranting about a lot, the Rosemont parking policy that is finally being taken, there's finally action on that, there we go. And our SAC representatives have connected with our board member, and they've been proactively working to resolve the entirety of the situation and prioritize the students' wants and needs. So thank you to board member Navarro for that. Next, I wanted to speak about the community vision and input session for an African American studies course that I was recently a part of. Terrence actually invited me to it, and I'm so grateful he did because it brought me to meet a lovely group of people while learning and educating myself more on the intricacies that are involved with the implementation of the course. I gave my own personal input about the coordination and topics that would be provided to students, and the transparency and involvement was wonderful and wonderfully put together. So I hope to see more than that, as I'm sure CKM students have access to the course already. So I hope to see it spread more and become more accessible to other schools around the district with proper management. Next, I wanted to say that while Hispanic Heritage Month has ended, in no way, shape, or form do I think that means we should shift our attention away from learning about the wonderful community nor culture. We should not shy away from our efforts to protect the Latino community that's so obviously being targeted at this point of time right now. And I really do hope to continue uplifting and serving that community within my school and within the district. Any way I can help the students, I believe now is the time. So thank you.
Thank you. Information on board members. Member Ibarra.
Okay. I just have two announcements. The first one is that I actually have had this written before comments earlier today, so I'm glad that I'm on top of this. But we have the CAT committee, the Community Advisory Committee, does have an event that they're opening to parents to come and it's called Ask SPED. They're actually hosting this on Tuesday, October 21st from 5:30 to 7:30 at Hiram Johnson. And I want to encourage not just parents with kids that are in special education, but if your children don't need that service, but they're in general education and you're available, I open this space for you also so that you can hear some of the concerns from other parents in the room, but also learn and ask questions about how this may have an effect on your kid. Some of the things that you heard public comment on this evening may come up or may not, but this is just a space where I think that you can get a lot of information and clarity on some of the stuff that's going on around special education. So if you can go to that, please join not just CAC, but I plan on being there also. And then on Wednesday, October 22nd, there's a couple of different departments working together collaboratively. I believe it is the community schools team, the FACE department, parent-teacher home visits, and the multilingual department. They are putting together SUSD's first parent leadership conference. The theme of this conference is empowering parents and strengthening schools. I'll be one of the keynote speakers at this conference, and it's going to be from 8:30 to 1:30 on Wednesday, October 22nd, here at the Cerna Center. There will be refreshments and lots of time to not only hear from each other, but really think about next steps. And you know, I opened this to a lot of parents were in here this evening, and so walking away from this, we hope to guide you in different roles where you can amplify your voices. It's great to hear from you when you come here and give us public comment, but we have several opportunities where you can be oversight, whether it's for the finances at the school site or at the district. So committees that you can serve both locally or district-wide. And so I invite that invitation to all of you to be there. And if you can't make it, send somebody or invite somebody that you think can. So again, that's Wednesday, October 22nd from 8:30 to 1:30 here at the Cerna Center.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, we're going to move on to item 10.1, which is our physical education update, including the first reading on revised board policy and administrative regulations.
Back and forth. Perfect. Thank you. Hello, all. Welcome. Hi, I'm Mikila Fetzer, and I have the privilege of supporting physical education in the Sacramento City Unified School District. I'm here tonight to present some physical education updates with my colleague, Heather Deckard. So we can do this. On our agenda, we are going to look at a brief context of physical education in our district and also illuminate some of the resources that are offered to educators in our system. Then we're going to look at some program evaluation, the revisions and updates to a board policy and the regulation, as well as focus on some of our physical education teachers. So a little context setting. Since California requires physical education for students in grades 1 through 12, we are bound to support the instructional practice in our schools. Physical education teachers undergo rigorous training, much like their content area partners do, to obtain a K-12 credential. Like their peers, they are expected to provide instruction in grade level standards, assess students, reflect on their instructional practice, classroom management, and accessibility. The content standards and frameworks shown here are two of the essential resources for our PE teachers to create meaningful learning experiences. For a long time, though, there has not been state-level support for adopting physical education curriculum. Therefore, we feel compelled to support our educators with relevant, accessible resources to build coherence in our system. So here on the resources, you can see a little bit of our central office support. Our district's commitment to supporting physical education has been realized in several ways. One exciting milestone is the creation of a new full-time position, the Physical Education Content Specialist, filled by Heather Deckard. Heather brings deep experience for teaching physical education in our district, along with proven experience coaching our teachers, guiding the district through state audits and reviews, as well as leading physical testing efforts. A little more here. As I mentioned earlier, although there is an adopted course of study for physical education courses, there is not an adopted curriculum. So a few years ago, we created a physical education website to be the hub for the teachers. The site includes things like professional learning, training for the physical education test, as well as resources for teaching and learning. This here is an image that's part of the PE website, and it shows a Google Classroom available for each teaching level and curricular modules for elementary grades. Heather, while working as a full-time teacher in the past, maintained this Google Classroom and supported physical education district-wide. Now, as a content specialist, she has been able to create scripted modules for our elementary teachers, aligned to standards, district priorities, including culture and climate, and best practices in physical education. So Heather's going to give a glimpse now into how our new PE teachers are making this happen.
Awesome. I get the easy and fun part. I want to share some great things happening across our district in physical education. These highlights show how we're supporting teachers, creating positive learning environments, and building collaboration. One of the most exciting parts of this year has been supporting our new PE teachers. I've been coaching them on how to build positive, safe, and productive learning environments. To support this, I introduced tools such as whiteboards for vocabulary, agendas, and clear learning targets, which help students know exactly why they are learning, what they're learning each day, and provides consistency and clarity to making significant differences for both the teachers and the students. Our veteran PE teachers are also leading the way with the use of whiteboards and structured teaching spaces. Many of our classrooms are undefined outdoor areas, so I've been working with teachers to make thoughtful accommodations that set every student up for success. One effective strategy is creating clear boundaries using a designated front door and coned walls. The approach helps transform open spaces into organized, structured learning environments. One teacher even took the concept of the front door to a whole new level, setting a strong tone for routines and expectations as seen in the picture to the right. In the top left, the teacher led students through a mindful minute, then continued instruction indoors. With Sacramento's heat, it's essential for PE teachers to have access to an air-conditioned space to continue activities or focus on the knowledge components of their standards. The other example shows a teacher leading closure by asking students critical thinking questions about what they learned and why it is important. These strategies demonstrate how undefined spaces can be transformed into intentional, student-centered classrooms that foster engagement, structure, and reflection. This image shows another resource on the district PE website. Our district has a lending materials resource for PE teachers to assist them in providing appropriate instruction. Materials teachers can borrow include equipment like scooter boards, pickleball, speedminton, disc golf, and bowling. Much of the equipment can be used both indoors and outdoors and is available for all sites. Here, we see students being engaged in the standard-based lesson plan using the equipment from the district PE closet.
Okay. Next, we're going to move into the program evaluation, which is required by Board Policy 6142.7. It has 3 different parts to it, so I'm going to kind of illuminate each of those parts. The first one is physical fitness testing. In Sac City, we encourage all teachers with students in grades 3 through 12 to engage in California physical fitness test called the Fitnessgram in the beginning of the year to establish baseline growth, like a pre-assessment that we commonly see in other content areas. Support for administration in the form of videos and guidance documents are available to teachers on the website and via in-person professional learning sessions. This is kind of critical because not all of our elementary sites have PE teachers, which means that some of the other staff need to actually administer the Fitnessgram. So following the administration, the scores are input into Illuminate by teachers and staff to create and establish goals through the year. Additionally, the results produce letters for families so they can also be informed. Then students are assessed again at the end of the year like a post-assessment. The results are again recorded in Illuminate, allowing for conversations about growth and improvement. And the year-end results for grades 5, 7, and 9 are reported to the state in the State Accountability Report Card. Here's one. So we can see here a portion of the currently available School Accountability Report Card showing participation on the physical fitness test. Each of the 5 areas addressed, or components, are listed with the participation rates. The components here shown for grade 7 are the same as those for grade 5. So offering training and support for teachers to complete the assessment is a critical role for us. Teachers engaging all students in scheduled PE courses helps students to know what's expected of them on the assessments. So we've intentionally chosen some schools from different representative areas here tonight that demonstrate the district goal of 80% or above participation. The reality, though, is that not all schools meet our 80% participation rate goal in the district. On to the instructional minutes. California mandates a precise number of minutes for students to be engaged in physical education, which includes physical activity. Note that our transitional and kindergarten classes do not have minutes requirements. The expectation is for the physical activity to be integrated into the classroom instruction by the teacher. To support our elementary school sites with meeting the mandated minutes and report requirements, we've provided our site administrators with an instructional minutes report, which delineates the PE schedule at the site and the monthly spot check, which is used to observe classroom teachers who are providing physical education to ensure that it's aligned to the physical education standards. They're big tasks for our elementary site administrators. So we provided a training for this again in July, continue to provide feedback on their submissions, and even do some side-by-side coaching. This is just an example of some of the forms that they actually get to fill out. For our secondary sites, they are required 400 minutes of physical education every 10 days. This means that 4/5 of the instructional time is for students engaging in standards-based physical activity. This also means that our PE teachers have to be tight with their planning and preparation to deliver instruction and spend time guiding and formatively assessing students. Because California expects students to be enrolled in physical education courses from grades 1 through 12, we monitor and support school sites to ensure that this is done. Okay, this part, the physical education, the revisions to the board policy and to the administrative regulations. So to resolve a 2022 federal program monitoring finding and to meet legal requirement, Sac City needs to revise and approve board policy 6142.7 to include required educational code language and citations. So going to finish up. What I have here are the pieces of the revisions to both the board policy, the administrative regulations. And although I'm not reading them, they're meant to be a guidance to you as you are fully or comprehensively reviewing the policy and the regulation revisions. With that, are you able, since we had 10 minutes of questions, are we able to go a minute more so we can finish up? Awesome. Thank you so much.
Go back here. Another highlight this year is bringing our elementary PE teachers together for collaborative time. Providing this opportunity allows teachers to step out of isolation, share strategies, and build strong connections across the district. The feedback from teachers has been incredibly positive so far. To wrap up our physical education update, let's hear from a few teachers. Ali Khan Abasadi from Harkness expressed how he has taken an idea I gave him to turn his test into artwork in the cafeteria. John Perillo from Ethel I. Baker has adjusted his instruction due to support I've provided, and he is as well. His VP has noticed the positive impact he is making this year. So as you can see, together, we're making PE a positive, meaningful experience for every student. And I'm excited to keep building on this momentum.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any public comment?
We do not.
All right, board discussion. Member Benjamin.
Thank you for all you do. Physical education is important, right? Movement is key for our kids. And I had the opportunity today to visit Oak Ridge Elementary School and look at how the blacktop is developed and how much thought went into, play structures and the physical education space, and it's really, really nice. I think, in our alignment and trying to create community schools, that's really important, right? When you connect that with the central kitchen plus the new builds of the school. We had the executive director from University of Pacific School in Dungoni Dentistry come up today to talk about oral health. So all of this connects, right? And I think that this is a key part, this physical education piece. And I like the way it's being built out and how everybody's coming together. And I want to thank you for all your work.
Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Rhodes.
I have a quick question. This is a quick question. I was like, I can probably email them this, but I have two things, I guess. One, I appreciate you looking at the policies. I know that our colleagues here have talked about how updating policy and making sure that we're on top of that. That's why we have a policy committee now to be looking for us to look at that more in depth. So thank you for bringing the policy forward. And I just had another question that just popped in my head. I guess it's not specifically about this, but it is about physical education. I'm wondering how many students, and probably you guys can report back, but how many students that are in physical education now, how many students are failing or not doing well in physical education because of dress code and things like that? I would love to see that information because sometimes in my trusty area on my side of the city, the south side, sometimes students don't dress for a slew of reasons, right? But I'm interested in seeing, do we have a high number of students that are not participating in or not passing physical education due to dress requirements and possibly clothes. And so that was just another question I had that didn't really pertain here, but it is special education. If maybe you guys can get that information back to us so we can see just generally how people are taking the test and things like that, but also what are the impacts of other things that we have going on in special education towards students that often are in areas that are left on the margins of our general education. So thank you guys for the time. I know it was an off question, but it just popped in my head as you guys were talking.
We'll get back to you on it for sure.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Member Ibarra.
It does not shock me, Ms. Decker, to see you up here in this role at all. What does shock me is not seeing you in your PE gear, but that's okay. I had a question. So I know that when you were at Wilsey Wood, one of the things you had invited me to was the swing dance. I forgot what it was called, right? You remember that? Yeah. But my question was, I see all of the great things you're doing. Is that something you guys foresee, like expanding those kind of opportunities so that kids can explore being physically active, not necessarily in the PE setting? Because I saw how the kids lit up the little bit of time I was there and how they really were like in it. And so my question kind of like Member Rhodes, I don't expect an answer because it's kind of just wild and out there, but I would like to know if that's something you all are exploring because I love everything that you've incorporated so far. And I appreciate that you dedicated your time before having this role to do that. So thank you.
Yeah, we can get back to you on that for sure. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm ready to take my exit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to item 10.2, culture and climate.
Danielle. Good evening, everyone. That threw me off there. My notes don't. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Allen. Tonight, I'll be sharing with you our most recent results from our September Student Voice Survey, and also informing you of strategies we are working as a system to respond to the feedback we got from the Student Voice Survey. Danielle, can you, this isn't, oh, now we're, okay. So the work of culture and climate is systemically ingrained into our core value. In our culture and climate team, our mission statement is to disrupt the racist practices and outcomes we have in our system. And so when I look at the core value and think of the work that the team is doing, there's direct alignment there. Specifically, our team strives to aim and center the experiences and outcomes for our Black and African American youth. So before we get any further, I want to remind us of the work that we did last year as a culture and climate team to roll out our culture and climate framework. As you recall last year when I came to the board and presented this information, we have our framework that's rooted in anti-bias, anti-racist, trauma-informed principles and practices to create and maintain safe belonging in the classroom that are culturally responsive. And so we still have these, they still exist on our website, and we push them out monthly to our educators. So I want to take a moment to talk about the evolution of the Student Voice Survey in Sac City. Originally, it was developed as a student check-in during distance learning. At that time, it was more well-known as Kelvin, the Kelvin Survey. It would Students on distance learning at home would open their Chromebooks, the little dog would pop up. That was our way of knowing students are still connected to us. And during that time, we learned that the Kelvin dashboard and the student voice survey system itself, it can yield more data and information that we weren't capturing at that time as a system. So when I came aboard and we were working as a team to develop the culture and climate framework and the 5 high leverage practices, we were working to create alignment as we created new statements for the Kelvin survey. And so trying to draw the complete alignment towards the framework, the resources, and the survey itself, knowing that gathering that student voice 3 times a year is very powerful feedback for us. And then we continue to make informed decisions about the work that we're doing in the culture and climate team to better our system and prepare our educators. And last year, we heard our former student board member, Justine, talk about how it could be revised, it could be better. And so over the summer, myself, a colleague of mine, Dr. Addison Duane from Sac State, met with Justine and Maggie Kemper and got some really good critical feedback from the students about how to make the student voice survey more powerful and meaningful from that student lens. So some of the changes you'll see here, first of all, is the dimensions. These are the 6 dimensions that are on the student voice survey. Each dimension has at least 2 statements. Some of them have 4 to 5 statements that students respond to. The new additions to 25-26 are connection and emotion regulation. Here's just some examples of how certain statements were revised from previously in alignment to the feedback we got from students. You can see how the shifts aim to support growth for the students, but more in connection and support from adults. So for instance, I am proud of my identity kind of solely relies on the student to do that work versus now I'm encouraged to be proud of my identities at school. That's honoring the intersectionality of students in terms of identity and also placing an emphasis on the support from the adults at school to promote and support that as well. Also, I mentioned Dr. Addison Duane earlier, a colleague from Sac State. We worked with her to develop some deeper analysis from the survey feedback last year. So as you can see here, this is from last year's results. We have 5 high leverage practices in Sac City, and for 3rd through 12th grade, what we were able to identify is that students who report experiencing more trauma-informed practices were more likely to report a greater feeling of belonging. So that's very powerful evidence that we are clinging to and continuing to promote the effectiveness of the 5 high leverage practices when effectively and consistently implemented. Along those same lines, we have a specific statement for 7th through 12th graders. It reads as, at this school, adults take time to have honest, thoughtful conversations about race and racial inequities with us that was strongly and positively related to students believing that adults at school care about them and adults help them learn from their mistakes. So translation, having those intentional conversations from adults to kids about race and racial inequities with students, it supports a greater sense of belonging on campus. So this is valuable feedback that we're continuing to dive into and to try to find those correlating pieces. And as you can see there in the slides, that it is a statistically significant correlation. So before we get into some of the heat maps of some data trends from this past September, this is a preview of what you're going to see. And so the favorability scale, it reads as orange is not favorable, dark blue is highly favorable, with gray always being in the middle. You can see at the top where the red arrows are, how the numbers represent the total number of students who participated for a band and the percentage of students for that subgroup. And keep in mind that we survey our 3rd through 12th graders. So as we're looking at this data, that's what we're seeing. So this is the first heat map that we have on the Kelvin dashboard. This is 3rd through 6th grade. The dimensions are on the left. Again, those 6 dimensions you saw earlier. And this is broken down by student groups of race. To help you align you with what we see here, we have 33 American Indian students that took this survey. And for them, safety was their lowest scoring dimension with a favorability scale of 62. And for Black African American youth in 3rd through 6th grade, belonging was the second highest scoring dimension with a favorability scale of 81. So that's some ways to help guide you in how to read this. I'm now going to proceed through some more heat maps, pausing so you can kind of scan and see, and I may uplift some things as we're looking at those. This is still 3rd through 6th grade, sticking with the dimensions, but now by grade level. I'm going to now shift to 7th through 12th grade, still with dimensions, now looking at our secondary students through the lens of race. What's noteworthy here is that safety is the lowest dimension. And then 7th through 12th grade dimensions by grade level. Again, safety being the lowest, and that was not a trend we saw last year for our secondary students. I now want to invite up Justine and Rubina from our Student Advisory Council to share their thoughts and experiences on the Student Voice Survey.
Hello, my name is Rubina Yarzada, and I'm a senior at the School of Engineering and Sciences. The Kelvin survey is something that students at my school are required to take multiple times a year and ask questions such as how safe or represented we feel at our schools. However, each time we take the survey, it feels as if nothing has changed since the last time we've taken it, and the survey loses its purpose. I do think that the survey receives a lot of helpful feedback and information from schools across the district, which reflects the data of those schools. This is why I believe that change should be implemented based on student responses. Survey responses should be analyzed and student voice should be heard, and this will in turn increase the safety and inclusivity in our schools as well as improving our school environments. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Justine Chu Griffith. I'm a senior at West Campus High School. Just adding on to what Rubina said, I think that survey fatigue is a really big issue facing our students. A lot of times it feels like we take the Calvin survey and it doesn't go anywhere and nothing happens. And I don't think that's necessarily a flaw with the survey, but more in the way that if survey is being administered, because these numbers are recorded and it kind of feels like they go nowhere and they're not actually being used to inform change. I know for me, a really impactful experience I had with the Calvin survey was sophomore year. I was able to review the data from my school site with my school's equity team, and we were able to actually implement changes and recommendations based on what we saw in the survey and what students actually felt on different aspects. And I think if more site administration and staff took the time to really sit down with students and families and discuss the trends and how those trends can be kind of change, that would be impactful. But I also think it's applicable to your guys' roles as school board members. I think you should be using this survey to kind of see how students feel about different topics and really going to your communities and trying to make that change. For example, we are seeing that safety ratings are a lot lower for students right now. And I think this could be a really important time for you guys to reach out to your students and to your communities and ask them what could be done to make them feel safer, and also find kind of the root issues as to why these students don't feel safe. And I think that would make students feel a lot more heard and give them a lot more reason to actually want to take the survey.
Sorry, I know the timer went off. Give me some grace and I'll wrap it up very quickly. So now strategies, what we're doing as a system to respond as central office and supporting educators. We still have our trauma-informed high leverage practices, predictability, safety, recognition of emotions, emotional regulation, and gratitude. This year we added a new resource that draws connections to our framework, that are lessons in our framework that support each of the dimensions. And so that's another resource that I'm proud of the Culture and Climate team that created to help then enhance the teaching of what's on this Student Voice Survey. We still have our Culture and Climate Monthly resources, as you can see there, and if you recall, curated lessons that could be utilized, very teacher-friendly and adult learning as well. And the last one that's highlighted there is a practical application guide. What we heard from science teachers, math teachers is, how do I teach this in this content area? Now we've given them some ideas on how to promote the thinking and the conversations in the classroom that support the essence of the Culture and Climate framework. Just yesterday, we sent out a slide deck that we felt was timely given the social political context of what's happening in our society and for our youth, and providing, again, resources for adults to be able to maintain and create safe spaces for kids to be able to engage in conversations, come to school, and feel like there's a sense of belonging. I had a principal meeting yesterday, and I want to uplift the youth. They were there yesterday and spoke to 80 principals and expressed the same sentiment about the power of the survey when and if action is taken by adults to show that we heard you, we see you, and this is what we're doing directly related to the survey. And we are continuing to engage and work around implementing a restorative practices framework across our system. And thus far, we have some sessions for teachers to opt in and take and learn from our culture and climate team about some foundational pieces of restorative practices. The last piece is, and I always, when I'm with you, similar to the students, have a call to action for you all. For the first one, becoming familiar with data from your area schools, I want to, and I will support that by providing you with access to Kelvin, the dashboard, a video tutorial, and so you can kind of see and be familiar with the schools that you serve, and you can kind of see the overview and see those data and trends for yourself at your perusal when you have time. And when you're out at sites, just ask your site leaders, hey, how was the student voice survey in September for your school community? What were the results? What are you doing? Because the next one's in January. What's the action plan? And if they didn't engage too well with the student voice survey, what is the culture and climate concern that they have, and what are they doing to support that? That would be my call to action for you all when you're out visiting sites to support the work that we're doing here. Clearly, you heard from our youth that even though that they may have concerns around the survey itself, they will do it, and they want to see action taken from the adults. So that's all I have for you tonight, and we're ready for any Q&A if that's there.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All right, how about board discussion? Member Ibarra.
How exciting. And I appreciate hearing directly from our students this evening, and I'm going to apply what you guys are sharing this evening. But really, I would like to sit down with you at some point and digest some of this more in detail, because this is very, very, it's got my attention, especially kind of where we're at, right, with all of the changes coming in the district. And it doesn't surprise me that Ms. Twain was a part of that conversation. She's the reason my fifth grader put me on timeout and told me I was dysregulated. So anyways.
Yeah.
So in whatever we got to do to follow up, I'd like to continue the conversation.
Yeah, I would look forward to that.
Thank you for the work.
Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else? All right, I have a few things I'd like to comment on. First off, my nerdy teacher heart is just in love with improving the survey questions. There's this misnomer that, well, we just need to ask and then we get info and it's all good. And the reality is, I'm assuming we're going through that process of what actually makes an effective survey, right? How do we get the data we actually need? So I want to just give a huge shout out to our students that were like, we need better questions so you can actually have better data. I really loved that. I also love that it sounds like we're improving upon our process of analyzing this data, because I appreciated the statistically significant, right? It isn't just, oh, this is happening. It's what's actually significant, what's actually changing, what's going on here. And so that deeper dive, that deeper analysis, I just really appreciated that as well. So saying that, hearing from our students loud and clear, You're definitely right. When you're sharing something into the void and no change is being taken, it can feel very, very frustrating. And so, Justine, I really appreciated you sharing here is a concrete, specific way that things can take place in classrooms or at school sites with leadership teams and whatnot. I also wanted to just give a shout out to the board work of LCAP. Mr. O'Leary, can you share a little bit more about the culture and climate work, like what's happening in LCAP in that space as well? Because that is huge impact on our school district.
Yeah, so I believe, I don't know the correct terminology, so forgive me, Dr. Eldridge, but Goal 3, LCAP, is around safety and well-being, in particular for our families. And so we look at the spring LCAP survey and then also incorporate the student voice survey in terms of how our students are feeling in terms of connectedness. So that is very important. And I'm appreciative of the fact that we serve in a district where one of our goals in our LCAP is about just belonging and safety and connectedness for our students and our families.
Yes, I want to give a huge shout out to this. It is incredibly rare. I don't know how many LCAPs everyone goes and reads because, in all our free time, but it's incredibly rare to actually have an entire goal based on this and to have the extensive survey and data analysis that's happening. Like the work we're doing here really is groundbreaking and so important because all educational research has shown that if students do not feel safe, they cannot learn. Like that is a core reality of successful education. The last thing I want to end with was one of those things that make you go, So I'm thinking about how it's very clear in our data right now, there's a huge shift to feeling not safe. And the reality is in education, whatever's happening in our nation starts in our classrooms. We experience and feel and take on anything that's happening in our world. And it does not surprise me that our students do not feel safe in the world that we are currently in. So I want to give a shout out to all of our educators that are working so hard to love on our kids and to be there for our kids and are at their own breaking points in the middle of this world. And a shout out to our students who are just asking for a better world from us adults and going, we're all in this together. We're all in it. And thank you for advocating for student voice, and adults, thank you for responding. And any teacher who takes it on themselves to step up and do one more thing, any classified folk, any admin folk that say, I need to get better at safety, so I'm gonna take advantage of these resources, generally without the extra time that we have anyway to do that, but realizing its priorities. Just so much gratitude and thank you to our employees who know that this is important. And thank you to all of the team that's worked so hard these last years to get those resources in our hands. Again, groundbreaking. Like these are things that are not common. So huge shout out to all of the work and healing and peace and comfort to everybody right now. Yes. And I think, thank you. Thank you all. Was that it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You good? Okay. All right, what's next? 10.3, I believe? Yes. Excellent. Overview of unauthorized contract process, something the board asked for last week. So thank you all for putting it together in 2 weeks for us. We appreciate the work.
Absolutely. Okay, here we go. Good evening, Vice President Jean, President Singh, Superintendent Allen, members of the board and community. I'm Janae Marking, Chief Business and Operations Officer. This is item 10.3, an overview of the unauthorized contracts process in response to a request from the board. I am joined by Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Cindy Tao, and Assistant Superintendent of Special Education, Becky Bryant. We recognize our core value and guiding principle as the basis of our work and the lens through which we make our decisions. A quick look at our agenda. Beginning with an introduction, I will provide a high-level overview before Assistant Superintendent Tao dives into a deeper review of the process itself. So high level, the unauthorized contracts process is an element of our larger contracts process, which is all about issuing a purchase order or a PO. So Our contract procedures require that all contracts for outside services are properly completed with authorized signatures, meet district minimum requirements, and is approved by all appropriate budget approvers and departments prior to the commencement of any work or services. An unauthorized contract refers to a situation where a vendor provides services without an approved contract or without a purchase order PO, or is unable to meet those district minimum requirements. As a district, we established the unauthorized contracts process to provide transparency and to seek board authority for payment in the instances when we don't have a purchase order. It is not appropriate for business services to provide payment for services that the board has not approved. Before moving on, to clear up any confusion, an unauthorized contract does not mean that it was not budgeted. It could, but it's not one and the same. So unauthorized does not necessarily mean unbudgeted. It could, but it doesn't always mean that. Here's a quick history of the process. October 23, that's when I started in my role. Almost immediately, I learned about the concerns the board had raised prior to me arriving in the district about the prior contracting procedures or lack thereof. The contracts procedure review that was underway when I arrived by an outside law firm had just concluded, and it contained several recommendations for us to follow up on. And then third, as the CBO, I personally was just overwhelmed by the requests to pay invoices that did not have a related purchase order and that lacked any board authority to pay. So in business services, we responded swiftly with the unauthorized contracts process as an important internal control for transparency and board authority prior to payment. In December 2023, the board was provided a communication on this process beginning. Also on December 14th, 2023, a board item 13.2 provided an update on the contract procedures audit and the work staff was undertaking to improve the process. You have a copy of this item in front of you this evening. In February 2024, the unauthorized contracts process began with an agendized board item. We also communicated to both staff and administrators via a bulletin, as well as our vendors and educational partners with a letter. We informed everyone very broadly of the importance of meeting district minimum requirements and having an approved purchase order before starting services. At that time, there were several vendors trying to chase down payments owed for services rendered, but accounting was stuck, unable to provide a payment because there wasn't board authorization to do so, which is provided when the contracts and purchase order report appears on the consent agenda. Further, in the bulletin provided to staff in October 2024 regarding Board Policy 3400, appropriate contract procedures, including the unauthorized contracts process, was included as an explanation again. If you're not familiar with the Board Policy 3400 memo bulletin, that's because we wrapped it up in a succinct but memorable title of The Great Reset. The board received a copy of that bulletin. And now we are here at your request to provide more information on this process. And so finally for me, before I turn it over, this is not an exhaustive list, but it's some examples of reasons for unauthorized contracts that we've received in the business department. These are actual statements. The process itself is designed for staff to identify the issue, to understand why it is an issue, and then to create a plan to not repeat it, although we have to rectify the problem that's in front of us. We as a group are not here to edit or pick apart these statements, but I just want to run through them quickly as examples. The first one is failure to have an agreement with our labor partners prior to the start of services. And I'm going to invite Ms. Ann Collins, legal counsel, to speak just a moment to that.
Thank you, Chief Marking. Board, when it's necessary to contract with an outside provider or an individual to provide services that are customarily provided by district employees, the district is required to provide notice to and bargain with its labor partners prior to contracting out for those services. So by way of example, the current collective bargaining agreement with SCTA has Article 19.3 that provides that the district will not contract out SCTA bargaining unit work without prior notice to and the written agreement of SCTA. And in the event of an emergency, an agreement to subcontract will not be unreasonably denied. In this provision, emergency is defined as a circumstance where the district has posted a position for a reasonable period of time to perform legally mandated services to students, but has not been able to fill the position. This provision memorializes the legal obligation of the district with regards to contracting out and the district and SCTA's longstanding agreement on contracting out bargaining unit work. So in some instances, the time to perform these legally and contractual prerequisites to contracting out creates a gap between the initiation of the needed services and the board's approval of the contract.
Thank you so much, Ms. Collins. So that's an example of where we don't have all of our ducks in a row. We have to engage our labor partners prior to service. If the service is provided prior to that, we're out of sync. That leads to an unauthorized contracts process. And that's the spirit of this, is we have a process for following through and ensuring that all the checks and balances are in place prior to service. But if service happens prior to that process occurring, we land here in our unauthorized contracts process. Other examples you see listed here, vendor insurance compliance. We worked through a lot of questions around that as well. It's incredibly important, and this is in line with Board Policy 3530, that our vendors meet our minimum insurance requirements, and it's different depending upon the situation and what the work is. But if we do not require our partners to provide the minimum level of insurance, then we as the district accept all the liability not covered. So that's why it's really, really important that we, as part of the checks and balances, that we ensure minimum insurance is in place. You see here also an example that just a fully executed contract was not in place prior to service, and an acknowledgement of that and a realization that that does need to occur. And then the final example is just a clear statement of a misunderstanding, right? The site operated under the understanding that the vendor had already been in an existing purchase order, and then after services had been provided, they found out that that was not true. And so now I welcome Assistant Superintendent Cindy Tao to review the process for unauthorized contracts with you. This will include what we have learned since implementing the process and the improvements staff are working on. She will then introduce Assistant Superintendent Becky Bryant, and then I will return to wrap us up.
Thank you, Chief Marking. Good evening, President Singh, members of the board, and Superintendent Allen. I am Cindy Tao, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. Tonight, I will present the overview of the unauthorized contract process. As Chief Marking mentioned earlier, unauthorized contracts occur when a commitment is made outside of the approved district process. Here are some few examples. These situations not only bypass the board's authority, but they also put the district at legal and financial risk. Our goal is to make sure every agreement goes through a clear, transparent approval process that protects our students, staff, and the district. Before diving into the process of unauthorized contracts, this slide shows our standard district contract process. This slide illustrates a step-by-step outline that ensures every agreement is properly reviewed, authorized, and compliant with board policy. This slide provides a high-level overview of the district contracts process and the steps we follow to ensure all agreements are properly reviewed. Let's walk through the process. 1, the process starts when a site or department identifies the need for outside services. At this stage, the department site gathers all the necessary information to propose a contract. Next, once that need is established, the site or department obtains the required internal approvals to move the proposed contract forward. This ensures that the request aligns with the with district goals and available resources. Next, a requisition is created on our financial system, which includes all supporting documentation. The requisition is then reviewed by the necessary departments, which includes budget, respective department management, risk management, contracts, and purchasing, just to ensure funding compliance and alignment with policy. After the review, an agreement is drafted by the contracts department. The agreement then goes through a second review to confirm that all terms, conditions, legal, and insurance requirements are met. Next, the contracts proceed the board for approval as a consent item. Once the contract is approved, a purchase order is issued so the services can begin. The steps ensures everything is properly authorized, transparent, and follows board policy. After the work is completed and verified, invoices are processed for payment. Our goal with this process is to protect the district, our staff, and our partners while ensuring that every dollar spent is properly reviewed, approved, and supports our students and schools. Each step in this process is critical. It provides transparency, maintains accountability, and ensures our district remains in full compliance with state and local regulations. However, if the contract process isn't followed, we have a corrective process to make sure there's accountability. And that process is our unauthorized contract process. This is our unauthorized contract process. It outlines the step we take with an agreement is made when the process is outside the process, which referred to as unauthorized contract. Let's walk through the process together. It begins with the site or department that submit an agreement that was entered into an agreement without prior approval. At that point, the department completes an unauthorized contract form to document the circumstances and explain why the standard process was bypassed. From there, the necessary approvals are gathered, which includes signatures from sites department leaders, executive leaders, and the chief overseeing that area, as well as ensuring that there's requisition in the system for the contract. As mentioned earlier, a requisition will encumber the funds from the respective department's budget. Once those site and department's approvals are in place, the contracts department reviews the documentation for accuracy and records the information for audit and compliance tracking. The unauthorized contract form, along with all supporting document, is then presented to the board for review and approval as part of the consent agenda. Once approved, the purchasing department finalizes the requisition and issue a PO to the vendor. At that point, the county can process the invoice for services that have already been rendered. This process ensures that even if a step was missed along the way, we still maintain oversight, proper documentation, and accountability. Our goal is to strengthen communication and training to our sites and departments so that every agreement follows the correct process from the start to the middle to the end. As part of our ongoing efforts to strengthen our internal controls, we also made significant progress in improving how we manage and track the district unauthorized contracts. This slide highlights the evolution of the unauthorized contract process. I'll quickly provide an overview. Before October 2023, before Chief Marking was here, the process wasn't clear or consistent. We didn't even technically have a process. There wasn't a standard way to track, follow up, and it was really, really difficult to track and being able to operate. Then in February 2024, we rolled out a paper-based process. It was a step in the right direction. It gave us some sort of structure, but it was still manual. Everything was done by hand. Forms were printed, signed, scanned, and sometimes misplaced. It slowed down everything, and it made it almost impossible to track where a contract was in the process. By September 2024, we upgraded to an Excel tracker. Still manual, but adequately allows us to see what was coming in and improve coordination across departments and sites. And just recently, past July, we implemented an electronic system through Inform K-12 with the help of our technology services department. Inform K-12 is an electronic system we use to manage all forms and approvals. In the past, everything was just snail mail, paper-based, slow, hard to track, and just lacking accountability. Now, every step is digital and time-stamped, so we can clearly see who reviewed and approved each item. It brought real transparency and accountability across the district. And when mistakes happen, we can see exactly where the issue occurred, correct it quickly, and focus on improving the process rather than placing blame. This change has made a major step forward. We've gone from slow manual process to a modern system that gives us real-time oversight and accountability across the district. Now, we talked about accountability and process improvements. I want to shift to one of the most important financial responsibilities we have each year, year-end closing. Year-end closing is one of the most critical financial activities for any organization and for our district. It plays a key role in maintaining fiscal integrity and accountability. It ensures that every expenditure, invoice, and accrual is recorded accurately and in the correct fiscal year. As you can see to the right, this is the 24-25 year-end closing bulletin that was shared to all schools, departments, and staff. This bulletin was not just sent out in March 6, 2025. I made it very clear to send it out multiple times for a few months, and to be specifically, it was bi-weekly. This outlines the key dates and expectation to make sure all goods and services are recorded in the correct fiscal year and the books are closed accurately. I want to highlight the section that is circled in the bulletin to the right. It reinforces that when deadlines are missed, expenses and accruals can be recorded in the wrong fiscal year. This not only affects the accuracy of our financial statement, but also impacts our budget by reducing available funds for the new year. Meeting these deadlines is a shared responsibility. It's not one department. It requires district-wide responsibility. It reflects our commitment to accuracy, accountability, and the careful management of public funds and district resources. Now let's look at this from a Venn diagram perspective. The physical bridge represents the heart of our financial operations. Starting from the bottom left, fiscal year operations, closing the fiscal year, and planning for the next budget development. And in the middle of all three circles is our estimated actuals and our adopted budget. It begins with fiscal year operation, where teams across the district finalize expenses, clear out outstanding requisition, and prepare to close the books. This stage sets the foundation for everything that follows. Next comes closing the fiscal year, where accuracy and accountability matters the most. This is when accruals are finalized, rollovers are validated, and every transaction is confirmed to ensure all records reflect the true financial picture of the district. At the same time, the budget team is collaborating with the district staff to build the new next year's budget. And at the center of it all, the estimated actual and adopted budget, which bridge the two fiscal years together. This connection links what we actually spend and what we plan to spend. This allows for accurate forecasting and fiscal integrity. This process works best when every department and site follows established procedures and meet required deadlines. As I close my portion of the presentation, I want to emphasize that strong fiscal oversight is truly a shared responsibility. It takes coordination, communication, and accountability across every department and site to keep our operation running smoothly. Departments and sites should plan proactively and set clear expectations and meet established timelines. Keeping the board informed at key points supports transparency and keep decisions moving forward efficiently. Early engagement and timely approvals protect the district financial health, and by fostering a culture of compliance and accountability, we continue to strengthen trust and integrity across our entire district. With that, I will turn it over to our Assistant Superintendent of Special Education, who will share the next portion of tonight's presentation focused on her department updates and priorities.
Good evening, Superintendent Allen, Board President Singh, and other board members. Our goal in special education is to provide legal and timely services for all identified students. All of our services are federally mandated under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. This law requires us to provide services without undue delay. We will illustrate the steps we take to provide the services in IEPs, or Individualized Education Programs, without delay, and the steps to do so. And this is how it is related to the unauthorized contract process. There are three parts in this process to provide legal and timely services to students. First, there's the student, who we assess and we identify and we determine needs. Or we receive a student from an incoming student that already has an IEP that was developed in another district. Then a determination of how and where the services will be provided. Do we have the services at the current school site, or do we need to deploy additional services to that site? Do we have an MOU with our labor partners to contract out if there is a vacancy? If so, we engage. If we already have an MOU, we then engage in a multi-step business process that's been described previously in the presentation. Timing is key, and if all processes do not line up, we must prioritize providing the services to the student. Why does special education have so many contracts? The first answer to this question is twofold and simple: federal regulations and staffing realities. We are mandated to provide a huge variety of specialized services, and unfortunately, we face high numbers of vacancies in specialized roles like speech-language pathologists and occupational therapists. Contracting out is a necessary, immediate solution to fill critical gaps while we engage in recruiting and training new staff. The answer to the second question is more complex. First, let's remember that the district is legally obliged or obligated to prioritize the student's needs under federal law, even if our internal contracting processes have not been completed. We do not have the option not to provide the service. If we fail to do so, it can be a matter of legal noncompliance, which exposes the district to serious consequences, potential legal action, due process hearings, compensatory education costs, and ultimately penalties imposed by the state or federal government. When faced with a choice between an unauthorized contract and a legal violation, we are legally compelled to choose the unauthorized contract to provide student services. Second, unlike general education budgets, which are static, special education services needs are fluid and fluctuate throughout the year. Students enroll mid-year, new assessments are completed, and IEPs are updated based on a student's immediate progress or regression. These changes can trigger a need for specialized services tomorrow, not 6 months from now. When a student is assessed and found to need a service, such as assistive technology or augmentative communication, that service must be provided without delay, and whether or not our labor and business processes have been totally completed. Third, the core of the problem is that the IEP service timelines and our standard business processes do not always follow the same timeline. Our thorough labor and business practices are essential for fiscal responsibility, and they often follow a fixed schedule. Conversely, our IEP timelines are immediate. A student's legal need is an emergency timeline that operates independently from the standard business processes. So when the labor and business processes are not totally complete, we must use the unauthorized contract process to bridge that gap to ensure continuous services for our children. This slide illustrates the scale of the challenge. We staff hundreds of specialized positions across 2 labor groups and have significant vacancies across the board. For example, we still need 71 full-time equivalent instructional aides for our special education classrooms. The demand for these services are high, and the specialized talent pool is shallow. Student needs drive our staffing needs, and staffing shortages drive our contracting needs. In anticipation of the needs for this school year, we began negotiating MOUs with our labor partners in February of March of last school year. Also, we continue to collaborate with Human Resources and our Business Services team to correct and proactively address practices that led to the overuse of the UAC, or unauthorized contract process. You'll remember from a previous slide that student need, labor collaboration, and business processes must all align for us to provide legal and timely support to our students. Currently, all 3 of the SCTA positions have board-approved MOUs, allowing for our services to be provided by non-public agencies, and 6 of the 7 SEIU positions have board-approved MOUs also. We are currently working through the contract process with our vendors and business services team, and each agency must provide all the necessary documentation before we can finalize a services agreement for each specific service the agency offers. Once that service agreement is finalized, we are able to submit it to the board for approval. At this time, 15 of 39 of our master service agreements have been approved by the board. As we consider where we are today, it's important to note that at this time last year, in October of 2024, we did not have any MOUs and we did not have any board-approved master service agreements in place with either our labor partners or our vendors. So while we still have work to do, we have improved our practices over last year. So let's put this in context of a student and an example. This is a not for real student, it's anonymous. So imagine a third grade student who receives an initial IEP on March 1st. They're found eligible for 6 critical services, from specialized academic instruction to other related services such as speech, occupational therapy, they need a one-to-one aid, and they need physical therapy. The law states, of course, that we must begin without delay. If our standard contract approval process is delayed for any reason, we must not have a service gap that creates a legal risk to us. And we need to provide services to the student. The unauthorized contract process is a tool we must use to get the services in place immediately and to have a contract with our vendor. For this student, we would determine what students are in place at the site, and then what other supports that we have that provide that service that we could deploy to the site. And then we would determine whether or not we needed a contract for any other type of service. And I will turn it over to Ms. Janae.
Thank you so much to Assistant Superintendent Cindy Tao and Becky Bryant. Okay, final thoughts. This is a summary from the unaudited actuals. There have been many questions about, and even some accusations regarding, the $43 million deficit. We reported this to you in September, and while you can see here that $43 million is not in any one area, there's just not one place to blame. Although I know there is a big desire to point in one place and say, what did we do wrong? Let's change it. It's across the entire spectrum of the budget where the difference in expenditures occurred. The entire executive summary is available on our website. And I'm reminding and encouraging anyone who wants to know more about the deficit to please review it. We will always answer any questions. And I provide this as a great place to start because it contains a lot of comprehensive information and it addresses a lot of initial questions and wonderings. The board received this on September 18th. There's a blue file folder in front of you that provides another copy for your reference in case you'd like to refer back to it now. The conversation about unauthorized contractors really started percolating after the unaudited actuals report. And consequently, also, we received the letter from Sacramento County Office of Education's review of the certificated contract agreement, alerting us to a lack of going concern. We hope this presentation has helped to clarify and answer questions that persist about the unauthorized contracts process. And here on this slide, I'm bringing us back to the pressing deadlines that we must respond to. The board will receive a draft fiscal solvency plan next month, which the County Office of Education needs to be board approved by December 1st. Additionally, due to the lack of going concern, which is not a positive determination, the County Office of Education has initiated a FCMAT fiscal health risk analysis as a measure for intervention and assessment of our budget distress. Finally, the board will receive an update on our fiscal standing when the first interim report is presented in December. On September 18th, after reporting on the budget outlook, my call to action was for teamwork. Good old-fashioned teamwork. For Sac City to reflect, to look inward, and to ask ourselves what we can do and what we can do without for the rest of the year on behalf of the greater good. Since then, that time in September, there have been many conversations about what someone else can do, which is helpful, question mark? But my recommendation is for everyone to look in their own backyard, not to point out undesirables over their neighbor's fence. I remain optimistic that Team Sac City will pull together and to do what needs to be done. But the conversation about the fiscal solvency plan will be difficult. However, education code is clear. If we are not able to resolve this ourselves, which is by far the best outcome, but if we can't, someone will be assigned to make the decisions for us. As a district, we must decide what priorities from the past will sunset to create and maintain affordability of the priorities that are set by the board today. This is our last slide for this evening. I know that we've gone over time, but we felt and we heard loud and clear that the board wanted a comprehensive review of not only the unauthorized contracts process, but also special education and their need for having to use it in order to be able to provide timely services for students. Board, you have indicated you would like to discuss the unauthorized contracts process further, the controls that already exist, and consider directing additional controls to be put in place. We are here for it. Cindy and I review internal controls regularly, and we'll have a conversation about them before we even have breakfast. It's not a problem. If we can enhance the process, absolutely. We are here to listen, to take direction, and to implement going forward. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to provide this information. Thank you to my co-presenters, Ms. Tao and Ms. Bryant. And thank you to our staff and legal counsel for support in preparing this presentation tonight. We are happy to take any questions and/or direction/discussion you would like to have about unauthorized contracts, and hope that this helped answer a number of the questions that were circulating.
Thank you very much. Lots to think about. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Board discussion. Member Ibarra.
This is very well put together. On page 13, particularly, that was very helpful for me. But I have a question, and very aware that the answer may not be tonight, and I'm okay with that. But this is, but the question is, when I look at this, I see and I follow, and I love it. But my questions are more around who, the follow-up for these procedures, and are there going to be guiding principles for? I'm assuming there is, right? But I would like to know what that looks like, and it's just for me to understand the oversight piece of it internally. I see here, you call out specifically who's going to approve at some point, but I just want to ensure that I understand what that process is. When it comes to, for example, at what point does it go from site administration to the next step to the next step? Just so that I'm following. I hope that makes sense, because it's a really complex question, and I understand that. So I'm sorry ahead of time.
I will try, Cindy, please feel free to follow up. So both site and department leaders generate contracts for lots of different reasons. Think about your fifth grader coming home and saying that there was an assembly that day. There's a contract related to that, right? All those things. So it starts with a need or a desire, and then it begins with paperwork, and then that paperwork from the department and site comes to business services by way of the requisition process, and that's where it begins. So the requisition process is in our enterprise business management system. It flows electronically. It automatically goes to the approvers that it needs to go to based upon the budget code, the subject matter, so on and so forth. And at the same time, there's a process for the paperwork itself, the physical contract. Most often, we receive proposals or quotes or even contracts from outside vendors, but as you can imagine, the language in those documents are really about protecting them and about their services. So we review it, but of course, our job is to ensure that the district is protected, and we have language in there about hold harmless, cancellation clauses, insurance minimums, like describing the service, all those things. And once all of that is vetted and approved, and it's done by each specialist of the topic. So for instance, risk management oversees the district's liability insurance, and they are the best versed on our insurance needs. So risk management looks at every contract to make sure that the appropriate insurance is there, right? We ask our site leaders and our department leaders to be aware that insurance is needed. We give them a cheat sheet of what it looks like. That way they have a cursory knowledge. But no matter what, there is always an expert check on insurance. Similarly, you have an expert check on the contract language, right? Like in budget, an expert check to make sure the budget is there and available. So as it's going through, it leaves the site and department pretty quickly and comes into an internal kind of CERNA process. And once we have vetted everything, make sure it meets the board policies, ed code, and district minimum requirements, we then bring it to you for approval and authority to say, yes, this can move forward.
Thank you, Janae. My thoughts were more around like the accountability piece. So like, let's say you go through this process and now we have to hold somebody accountable because it fell through the cracks, right? So what I'm trying to understand is the process in that. Like, I just want to ensure that it's not going to be a process where the person at the site level is feeling all of the pressure when it comes to accountability. So my thought process is more like, it sounds like, based off of what you said, that because we have the electronic system now, it'll catch most of that, and so it'll be more of a, like, team, let's look at this together as a team versus, like, who do we point the finger at? And that's kind of where I'm getting at.
Yeah, and so that's, as Assistant Superintendent Howe explained here on the unauthorized contracts process, and I think what you're pointing to is, it is designed for there to be an awareness of what step was missed. The form itself asks, what was the problem? What was missed? And that's why I pointed out on the examples list, like sometimes it's as easy as a misunderstanding, right? It's not about blame and shame by any means. It's about awareness of the process. You can't do better unless you know better. So the process itself is designed to bring awareness to where the miscommunication or the dis-synergy is at, and to bring awareness and training potentially, right, that goes along with it, to not only, let's say, the administrative secretary who's processing it or the office tech who's processing it, but their leader has to sign off on it as well, saying, yes, we understand that we didn't understand something before, but we understand it now. And then as Ms. Tao also provided, that also has to be signed off by the corresponding chief. So if it's, something at a school, it would be under the academic departments. If it's something in one of my departments, I have to sign off as the chief. If it's in technology, then Chief Rocco is signing off on it, because it's about acknowledgement, accountability, awareness, and that all has to be done as part of the process before it even goes into review. So the conversation starts at the point that you're highlighting, which is that something is missed. But by all means, it's not about blaming, and for certainly it's not about shaming, but we do have to have that shared awareness between us in order to do better tomorrow.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate the answer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Member Kayada.
All right, so I'll preface this by saying I have framed this as statements rather than questions, because I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but I will try to pause here and there. Please feel free to interrupt me if there's something you would like to add. So that's an invitation, but again, not an expectation that you'll have answers tonight. So I will also like to start, before I get into it, by acknowledging the business services team and special ed as well tonight. I recognize that you were doing hard, unglamorous work, that you're pulling our district out of old habits and you're getting us towards fiscal discipline. I know that's not easy. I appreciate your dedication to our students, families, and community, and I mean that truly. You're the face of this, but I know you're up against a lot that you're not bringing with you because you're not naming and shaming. I will start then by saying that my comments are not just going to be in one area. I see them as affecting 3 different distinct issues, and I want that to be in mind as I go through it. The first one is we have a problem with our contracting procedures in general. The second one is we have a lack of understanding and buy-in throughout the district of a commitment to our budget. And the third one is a culture of thinking of things like these procedures as red tape and bureaucracy and wanting to bypass them whenever possible. And that's a culture that exists not just in special education. As was alluded to on slide 25, this is systemic to our district. So those 3 things are really kind of what I'm going to talk about tonight. So I wanted to start just by noting on slide 11, I appreciate that we had some text in red here that really confirms what I said at our last meeting, which is that when we enter into this unauthorized contact procedure, these actions bypass the board's authority. This is actions that are not consistent with how we should be functioning. It should be an absolute last resort. It should not be a first resort. This is not like, hey, I'm not getting paid till next Friday, but I need an oil change. Maybe I'll just put it on the credit card. This is, I have 2 flat tires right now and I need it to get home, right? This is not for convenience. On slide 14, I think part of, and this goes back now 3 years, this is one of the first things that I started talking about when I came on the board. This is why I wanted to have a new auditor. This is why I essentially, the board settled on, let's bring in the law firm to look at it. Because at the end of the day, we shouldn't have needed an unauthorized contract process in the first place. This shouldn't have been such a standard practice that we need to document it. It should have been like this happens 2 to 3 times in the entire year, and it's so rare that Lisa herself is signing off on it. But instead, we have...
I'm just going to pause you and say couldn't agree more. Please
Okay, thank
continue.
you. I know I promised to pause, so I will try to do that more. And as I was saying just a minute ago, this is not an alternative to our normal practice. This is not something that's done for expediency. This, again, is a last resort that bypasses the board, and yeah, I'm going to look at Ann because there's some stuff I'm not going to say. So turning to the 5th section of this slide, I guess, 5th column, I would like to...
What slide did you say?
The one you're on right now. Yeah. So it looks like there might be maybe some clarification needed on this 5th step, which is that it looks like what we're saying is after the contracts office reviews it, it gets started and then it comes to the board for approval. And I know that's what we've actually been doing, but I think we need to be maybe build in a sense that you really shouldn't get started unless it's absolutely necessary. Even if you're following this process, if you can then wait for it to get to the board and for the board to have a say, there still should be that wait built into it. So obviously I understand, maybe for some special education services, we don't have that time to wait. But I think there's some areas where another 2 to 3 weeks to get it on the agenda is possible. And that allows the board to retain its authority to say no if we don't want that service to continue. In terms of I'm sorry, I'm sending us around a lot, but in the agenda packet, when we have the 2 new sets of items to approve tonight, there's still a lack of clear visibility to me on how these contracts impact our current year budget. I know we had a slide that said being unauthorized is not the same thing as being unbudgeted, but I'm still not seeing the ones we're approving. Are we approving a budget impact, or are we just approving the fact that it bypassed it? So I would like to see when these come back that we show the budget impact, and if it's not in the budget, what's the funding source? And I will say that if we're dealing with items that were from the last fiscal year and we didn't get them until now and we have to pay them, that doesn't mean that your budget for this year increases by that amount. because you didn't spend it last year. That has to be absorbed into this budget. And if your current budget can't handle it with the other expenses you also have in the department, then you need to find a way to increase your budget. And that's cutting something here to get something here. It's not building out a blank checkbook. The next area I'd like to go to, and you don't have to go there, but I'm referring to slide 23, is that we really need to be, I think, more cautious about labeling special education services as immediate needs. The law, as we know, provides that there are timelines for providing special education services, but these timelines do allow for proper review and budgeting of these expenses. The timelines that allow for these determinations before services are provided exist for a reason, not just to make sure we're getting the best services for the kids and the appropriate services, but also that we have time to get it through our processes. In my opinion, the delays in meeting DIA guidelines do not justify, at their face, bypassing board approval. I will say, I've been to my share of IEPs over the years, and I guess the issue I have with slide 23 here is that the case study is March 1st is the date that we have to start giving this kid services, so we need to turn it around immediately because it's urgent. When really it's not March 1st that staff should have known that we needed to provide services. It's probably at least 3 to 4 months before that, when the family first noticed it, when the teacher first noticed it, when we first did an assessment, when the team got together to write the IEP, because families are not writing these IEPs, staff are writing these IEPs and listing the services they recommend. Of course, the IEP services are not described until the family signs off, and yet if staff wrote it 3 weeks before the IEP meeting, they can get the ball rolling for the assumption that the family is going to sign off. And my experience also will serve me, and I'm sure others can agree. If the family wants more services than the district team was willing to offer at the time of the IEP meeting, the district is never approving those on the spot. I mean, I won't say never, but probably close to never. What they're saying is we need to go back and check, and we'll reconvene a subsequent IEP meeting. That's more time for us to start this. So I think that's my big issue, is we're not starting to prepare for what we need to spend until it's already out, the horse is out the gate, right? Turning now to another area, I just wanted to really briefly, and this is kind of relevant to some of the comments we had earlier tonight by our SEIU partners. I want to reiterate my stance on contracting, which is that employees and not outside contractors should be providing services to our students. We need to move faster in bringing the services in-house and filling vacancies, and we should look at all options to do that. Finally, my broad comments are that IEPs don't just happen to us. The staff write them. We need to provide the FAPE, but we can do it in a way that allow us to control the costs, and as I mentioned at our last meeting, often provide better services. I think looking at the number of aid vacancies we have in particular, and paraprofessionals, I think there's almost a culture of that's the solution for everyone who has a behavioral problem, is they need an aid. That's the kind of stuff we need to turn around. It's not, this is FAPE and we have to do it. I don't believe that that's an accurate statement in all cases. I think FAPE needs to be discussed in more detail. We need to look at, for example, if we have multiple students who have behavioral needs, do they each need their own aid? Of course, the families are having to buy in on this, and we have already established IEPs. I do understand that, but I just want to get that thinking changing to kind of putting us on a back foot that we have to provide these services, to really thinking collaboratively with the families affected. What can we do that will provide you better services? Because I will say, if I'm a family and you're offering me an aid from a service that, as was said tonight, is a warm body, versus if you're going to say, hey, your student could be served just fine if they're in a class that has like a second paraprofessional in the back who's kind of just floating. I would rather have the district employee, right? So I will now turn to kind of the substance that I wanted to talk about. And essentially, there are 4 items that when these unauthorized vendor payment approvals come back that I would like to see that are not here right now. One is what was actually spent. All we have right now is essentially what department it was. And I know we can't get into detail, but
I'm sorry, you said what was actually spent?
yeah, what is the service for? What are we contracting for?
What is the service for? Thank you.
Yes. Number 2 is why is that service necessary, and why did it have to be bypassing our procedure? So I guess that's 2 and 3. And then 4 would be the funding source, and if it affects our budget, what is our plan to get funding for that so the budget is not negatively impacted. So as I mentioned when I first started, the procedures that we heard about tonight that you presented, well, they exist because the board demanded stronger financial controls. These were not something that was brought by staff, and I just want to acknowledge that. This is something under a previous administration there was resistance to getting. And so I just want to put a face to that when we're talking about changing culture. This is the board demanding that we take control over our finances in a way that this district has not traditionally done. And that's, again, why we're trying to be here supporting you and collaborating with you to get that through. Because, again, I know the three of you standing here are the face of this, but there's a lot of people who aren't going to want to do this. And then the final thing I would say is I know that this is not an action item. Well, we have action on these, 2 buckets of contracts, but we're not having action on anything else. But I do have some recommendations, and I would request that well in advance of December that I would say at our next meeting, if it's possible, for this to come back as a recommended action that staff writes, because I want to make sure it's something that is doable and legal. But there are 4 things really that I think I would like to have the board formally adopt. One is that we adopt formally the spending freeze that Janae, you had previously shared with staff. I would like it to be approved by the board so that it will not be over until the board rescinds it. And this will apply to, as your direction already said, all non-school site hiring, all new contracts, travel, non-classroom supplies, per diems, overtime, and sub-release. Exceptions would, of course, be possible under a hiring freeze, and I think that that should be done with board approval. It shouldn't be done internally.
Thank you.
The number 2 would be that we return with all unauthorized contracts to the board as appearance items like this one was. So moving forward, they continue to be on appearance with the detail that I mentioned earlier. And then 3, this is one, I'm definitely happy to take this offline, but I think we need to stop with this essentially trickling in of problems. I think we need to set a firm deadline for our staff and the contractors that we've worked with who aren't paid yet to get this done so the board knows once and for all that we've handled the situation that is currently before us. I would recommend a deadline of December 31st. That is 6 months after the last fiscal year. And that's most of what we're dealing with here is stuff that's holding over from last year. I think that's more than enough time. And these contracts that were authorized without board approval are avoidable if the board does not address them. So I think that's an incentive to get this done. And then finally, I would like to establish a temporary spending threshold for all spending, whether or not it's unbudgeted or uncontracted or didn't follow the approval process. So I would recommend, for you to find appropriate thresholds. Maybe that's 1 threshold, maybe that's more than 1. And that would be for spending at the district office and at school sites because all that affects our bottom line. And then I would say that for anything over that threshold, it would be approved by the superintendent herself, and at her discretion, it could come to the board. So really to have everyone in on the fact that we need to get our spending under control. And then finally, this is kind of a half one, is if there is something else that staff recommends that will allow us to get our contracting and our budget under control, that when these items are identified, that they come to the board and have the board adopt them so that they're fully binding, and again, so that they will not be done until the board agrees that they're over, because I think that level of accountability is necessary given the gravity of the situation we're in. So I wrote down a nice little closing line that I hope will not be so grim, but we can't change how we got here, but we can decide how to move forward. Our financial stability and our ability to serve our students effectively depend on the discipline that we show now. And I would ask my colleagues up here if what I'm saying resonates, if you could share it here or take it offline and share it with staff, because I want to make sure that it's not just my voice, that we're providing clear direction that the district can really follow. And thank you. That was longer than I planned for it to be.
Thank you for your comments.
Member Ibarra.
Going back to some of the comments that Taylor made today on special education sparked some questions for me. So I'm glad that you made those comments. And I align with everything you said when it came to special education. I'm just reflecting on the many IEPs that I've also sat in. I know that there have been times when there have been services written into the IEP that my daughter didn't use. And then we went past the 30-day deadline, and by the time we talked about it, we're like almost to the end of the year. And so my thoughts around that are, hold on, I want to pause. I want to say we made a deadline. We got an IEP by the 30-day mark, and that is something to celebrate. That tells me that your team is working hard to make sure we're meeting deadlines, so I want to preface with that, right? But when we got there, I don't think we had a conversation around the services that were provided, and if she's not using them, it makes me wonder, are we structuring our IEPs to where the staff is writing in where we can legally go back and say, like in our 30-day review or 45-day or whatever that is, are these services still needed? And if not, what can we look at reducing to reduce the cost of what we're holding for a student who's not using the service for? And if we haven't explored those, what would that look like? And I don't expect an answer right now. These are just questions that are coming to mind and helping to alleviate some of this. So that was just the last comments that I have.
Thank you. I see Ms. Bryant shaking her head. Yes.
Member Rhodes.
Okay, so what Taylor said a lot that I actually agreed with, and I'm not saying I don't always agree, but I don't always agree, and but today definitely resonated. One of the main things that you guys put, the things that pass board authority. And that we have things in the system right now that allow spending and things that can bypass the authority of the board and our constituents that we represent is highly concerning. In a system as big as we have, I understand that, but it's led us to where we're at today, because also when you looked at the executive summary on your page 25, salary and benefits, 12.6 million. And then you have the bulk of everything. We say books and supplies, services and operational expenses, contributions, higher end costs, allocating restriction programs such as special education and routine restricted maintenance, net transfer 1.1. We're looking at, in that bucket, outside of salaries and benefits, around 32.8 something million dollars. And so with all of that being said, I would love to see, a breaking down from books and supplies, like more in depth in departments, service and operation expenses, more in depth in departments, contributions, more in depth in departments, net transfer, more in depth in departments. And because at the end of the day, us here on the dais are who are responsible to make sure, and we give the power of oversight to our superintendent to run daily operations and her cabinet to be able to monitor those and keep us in the loop and updated for our constituency. But if we're not in that state right now, to where we're in this situation where $32.8 million of those funds outside of salary and benefits are there and unauthorized, and some of which could have surpassed board authority, that is unacceptable to me, and unacceptable on behalf of the constituents I serve on the south side of the city. So, as angering as all of this is, we on the board here have a real opportunity to reel this stuff in. We have given authority to our superintendent and staff, and now I believe we need to reel some of that back on behalf of our constituents. And going forward, I like Member Kayada said, it's great that we're going to have some opportunities to do that, But I honestly don't believe in these situations and in these times, we can sit here and look our public in the face and say, we have these actions that bypass our authority. If you look at the org chart here in the district, we are the authority. No matter what any staff member feels or governance, we are the authority. And if the staff can come here and say these things bypass your authority, well, damn it, we need to change that. Full stop. And I'll leave that there because the situation's dire. I've been here in the district the longest as a board member. 5 years. It's not that long in board member world. Previous board members were 15 years and things like that. But I would say I was here during the pandemic. I was here during the strike. And I'm here when we were on the high. I was president actually during the high, where we had an amazing budget. We're doing great things. We've rebuilt trust in our community, and we rebuild trust with our labor partners. And I'll be damned if we lose that by having papers in front of us and having bureaucratic statements of what we can and can't do. I don't believe any of that. I don't believe the hype, guys. We're the people in charge, and you're gonna see that. Because the people that we give power to do things on your behalf, we have to change it. And this is not looking over each other's fences and pointing to other's backyard. This is sitting at the balcony, looking at the dance floor and saying that people don't know the damn moves. And we have to change it. And it's us. It's us. We have the power to change it. And nothing on any staff members, but we're the elected people. So we don't work for the system. We work on the system on behalf of our constituents. And this is unacceptable. And if nobody's gonna say it tonight, I hope I articulated it well, that community, you're gonna see change. And staff here at the district, we're gonna have to implement that change. And we're taking back some of that power. Thank you.
All right. I also would love to go through the slides and ask a few questions. So thank you for standing there and thank you for listening. Starting on slide 7, when you mentioned that while unauthorized does not mean unbudgeted, how do you budget for these unexpected or unplanned and as a result unauthorized spaces? What is that process?
Well, what this means is that someone could have these contracts budgeted, right? Like that's a legitimate thing to budget for the contracts you know you're going to need. It's just like in the example that I provided, sometimes it's literally just a miscommunication. I budgeted for it. I thought we already had approval, or I budgeted for it. I thought we already, or I budgeted for it. I didn't know that I had to do a requisition, right? Like we have new leaders, new people in the system all the time. And so that's what I mean by unauthorized does not mean unbudgeted. Unauthorized just signals that the service started before a purchase order occurred. But by all means, it's entirely possible, and I believe in most cases it was in the budget planned by the person initiating the service. Sometimes, absolutely, it's unbudgeted. And yes, we have bad habits that the board is well aware of even more intensely than I am, and I'm learning them every day. But I don't think that these are the product of any sort of malicious intent or trying to circumnavigate the system. I think we have a lot of well-intentioned people that are running around trying to do great things, and sometimes they just don't know the process. Sometimes they don't know their budgets. As you know, in the budget development redesign and right sizing plan, there's a huge lift on just budget literacy throughout the district as an attachment to our larger literacy goal. When I came in, I found that very few leaders had been empowered to actually make decisions about their budgets or to be engaged in conversations as to what their budgets should look like. And we, as you know, have redesigned the process where it's completely decentralized. We invite every leader to come and meet with us to tell us about their goals and to tell us about how their budget needs to be set up in order to do the work that they need to do. They are the closest to the work. That's how we use the scalpel, is through those conversations. But back to your question, unauthorized doesn't mean unbudgeted because it's entirely possible, and sincerely throughout the system, many of these things are budgeted because we know that we have to do them. We know we have to provide special education services to our kiddos, right? Like we have a robust special education budget. And it's more about the contracts process itself than about the unbudgeted nature of it, without admitting, or while still admitting that in there, we do have habits of unbudgeted things. And the last 4-ish years of COVID dollars have really masked those habits because we had a soft landing of hundreds of millions of COVID dollars that would absorb these unbudgeted expenses. We no longer have that, so now they are staring us in the face. Our bad habits have come home to roost because we did not correct our bad habits while we had the COVID dollars, which would have been an ideal time to do it.
Thank you. So going to page 8, I really appreciated this review of the work we've been doing and kind of just reminding us of the info that's been coming to us, the decisions we've been making, the process we're in. It was at this point where I got an image in my head that I felt to be true through the rest of the presentation. I feel like we're a snake eating our own tail.
Yeah.
And that there's just this constant cycle of chasing our own. So the decision should be made, but the services were needed, and so they weren't. And so now when the decision gets to be made, and I kind of would say this on an upcoming slide as well, like as a board, I don't feel like I'm allowed to say no to these unauthorized things because they've already been decided as important. And that feels completely backwards to what it should be. So it's like that has to change. Like, how do we stop eating our own tail? And that's just like the large theoretical conversation, from philosopher to philosopher. So page 9. Taylor, thank you for your comments and kind of going back to, your, is it CPA training that these things as well. My question started with, is this just a normal expectation in budgets that things are going to happen? To what extent do we expect these misunderstandings or these not following through stuff to happen? So I'm kind of, Janae, calling on your experience in other spaces and other budgets. To what extent is this normal, and to what extent does this need to change?
I would say it's normal to the extent that no process and no system is perfect. However, in my experience, having been at several districts, both large, urban, and small, rural, and in between, I've never seen it to this extent. And that's just honest. And we knew we had challenges. We knew we had issues to tackle. This is a reflection of us trying to tackle those issues. And by no means were we trying to create an internal control that incentivized circumnavigating authority and circumnavigating the system. Frankly, this was to daylight the regular occurrence of that happening that had no transparency before whatsoever. And it's titled Unauthorized Contracts. It's a process based on awareness and knowing better and doing better. It is meant to disincentivize this as a mechanism for payment. It is meant to be a one-time, okay, I figured it out, I need a purchase order first type thing, and then move on and be in simpatico with the process going forward. That is why it's an internal control. Transparency, board authority, process improvement, knowing better, doing better. As has been explained, yes, special education services, and obviously that program similarly, Ms. Bryant is here trying to help turn around and rectify a number of challenges in that program, which they are cleaning up as well. There's just so much cleanup on these systems occurring. It's not perfect, but we are here standing here as the face of really bad habits and lack of systems, lack of procedures that we have been and continue to try to correct. And we're owning these problems that are sins of the past that are coming home to roost. And we are committed to knowing better, doing better. We want to model that, and we're trying to bring the system along with us. But by all means, It's about having that authority in place, not circumnavigating the board, making sure that your constituents do have transparency and access to this information, and bringing the final decision to the board to determine what is best for the district and what meets the priorities that you have set. We always seek your wisdom, and that's why we bring these things to you to review and approve if that is your choice, right? Like, that's what your vote is for. And should you not approve something, we would navigate that, but we're always seeking your wisdom and don't want you to necessarily feel like we're bringing you a process that requires you to make a decision you're not ready to make. That's not the intent of the process at all. It's really about that transparency and bringing you that opportunity to make the decision because, frankly, board, you weren't being provided the opportunity to make that decision before.
Yes. That's the celebration I want to go to, kind of looking at both page 13. And thank you for this, just the very clear, this is the contracts process, which, yeah, can feel like red tape and bureaucracy, but it's also about legal compliance and making sure that we are honoring the laws we're held to, that we're spending our budget on the priorities we've established through our LCAP and through other processes. So I really appreciate this. And then going to slide 14, I really appreciated, sorry, I'm always remembering GBOO marking. As I look at this, or CBOO, as I look at this, I liked your thought of like, we know this isn't about best practice. We're not sharing this with you to go, we like this, let's keep doing this. We're sharing this with you because we realized there is a gaping hole in how money is going out and what the process is. We need to put something together to start creating an educational space, to start creating a spot of recognizing what's going on and how do we change this. So I really, really appreciate this. So my question then became like, are we seeing a slow change in the unauthorized contracts, or is it too soon to ask this since this kind of got established in June, July of 2024, 25, or 25. Are we seeing a slow change that this is beginning to diminish?
I would say yes, absolutely. Both as Assistant Superintendent Bryant provided, it's not perfect, but they're really proud of the amount of MOUs that they have in place this
I wanted
year
to celebrate
that they did not have last year. They're really proud, as are we share in that pride, of the contracts that they have in place that they didn't have previously. When I started, there wasn't widespread knowledge for principals that they couldn't sign contracts. So a principal would get a proposal from someone, they would sign it. A vendor doesn't know that the principal doesn't have authority. They have a proposal, it has a signature on it, woohoo, they're gonna start services, they're gonna start invoicing us, right? So it has helped a lot to clarify in the system who has authority to do what and create systems where it's like a net, right? Like we can catch the instances where it's not working and try to correct it. And yes, that one instance in the net is imperfect. But the intent is we use that imperfection to not have things get scooped up again. And like I said, that's the intent of the process is, and by and large, for the most part, it has disincentivized many people and helped them turn around and take a moment, even if they don't like red tape, right? To say, yes, I have to do this. I need to do this. This is the right way to do it.
Thank you. You're actually answering half of my questions before I even have to ask them. It's great. So slide 17, Cindy, you mentioned that we don't have these board meetings on the closing of the fiscal year. And I'm wondering, is this something we need to address? And does it either become, we need to talk about the board having meetings around this time, or is it we need to talk about the deadline of things to make sure that the final board meeting is covering all this? Just wondering if it can get fixed.
Thank you for your question. That's a really great question. During year end, I've worked with Iris, and I'm very accounting. I want to make sure everything's recorded in the right year. And she came to me and said, Cindy, we don't have any board meetings, but these UACs need to be paid. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to go through a process, write a memo, because you have to make sure these expenses are booked in the right year. If you don't, it's going to hit next year's budget. So we were able to actually make an exception. We typed a memo to keep ourselves accountable, and we actually paid, and then we added it actually on the first board meeting in August. So it's there with a footnote just saying that. Now, do we want to be able to incorporate A board meeting during the summertime? Sure, why not? But I mean, I'm going to leave it to, your discretion if that's what you want to do, or we can just adopt the same process that we did. And it actually worked out well because, I said we can't do this. One, that's not part of year-end closing, and it's going to impact our financial statement. That will be an understatement of our expenses. I do want to mention that, the bulletin is sent out, but there are times when departments and sites do not get invoices until the end of June. And sometimes it's not their fault. It's the vendor. They don't have their accounting department together. It happens. I get it. So we just really need to take into consideration to be proactive, follow up, do a quarterly check on these requisitions, and really, really make effort in advance as opposed to May, June, July when we're in summertime, people are on vacation, delay in payments. So maybe that is something that we need to incorporate. Like Member Kayada said, we need to be more proactive, something that we need to consider, absolutely. So that area right there, the UAC, yeah, that had a lot to do with it. But we did actually pay it in the correct year. Now, prior year, we didn't do any of that because we didn't know. There wasn't a process. Now, I do want to mention the reason why UAC was actually implemented was because we have vendors going to the lobby saying, I want my money. I'm flying right now. You owe me money. I'm not leaving this office until I get my money. My accounting department was slammed. Chief Marketing is like, oh my gosh, what's going on? And this is where USC was implemented, built, and this is how we keep people accountable. I do want to mention, and every UAC actually requires a requisition. Having a requisition means that there needs to be a budget. Everybody knows there's no budget, it's negative, I'm kicking it right back. And that's exactly what happened. So it's not like there's no budget for it. I think when we say unbudgeted, it could be because we're paying prior years' contracts in the current year. It's not budgeted. That's just adding more to the budget. And that is why, we have some unauthorized contract in the wrong year. So sorry, that was a long answer.
No, it's very helpful. I appreciate that. All right, special education. So I'm on page 21, and I really appreciated both Member Ibarra and Member Kayada. You guys have both really led with your heart and your family and your experiences in SPED, and I really appreciate that. And to hear the concerns that you're seeing and feeling in this, I really helped me as well. The question I essentially have is, what process do we have to think through, are the services we're offering feasible? Because I know we can say this is what students need, and I'm coming from a teacher perspective. I can see a student is struggling in this area. I can see that there are these certain ways that we could address that. What is currently available in terms of options or feasibility? And so how is that guiding our decision-making on what we're offering or recommending? And then the second layer is then how do we evaluate effectiveness to ensure that what we've offered is really working and is somewhat staying within some budget parameters?
So I do believe that there are many things throughout the year as you work to improve a system that could, over time, improve what Member Kayada was saying about this, not a knee-jerk reaction, but having to respond very, very quickly. If your system is set up to solve problems for children who are having difficulty on school sites, and there's a system in place to really look at that problem and to look at all those resources that are already on the school site, and how do we work that into the child's life, either within an IEP or outside of an IEP, that can have a tremendous impact. We are really excited to see what happens this year at the 10 proof of concept
MTSS sites, yes.
Because I believe that that's going to make a huge difference in referral rates. There will be resources on the site to serve children without identifying them. They may have characteristics of a learning difference that needs to be addressed, not necessarily meaning they need to have an IEP. So it's creating a culture on every school site in this district that welcomes students and will give their all to do whatever it takes to make sure that they have access to what's needed like every other student on the site.
Thank you for bringing MTSS into the conversation. As a teacher, I feel like so often that tier 2 is the space that we just don't have enough clarity on. So the tier 1 general education instructor is feeling this burden of, I need to address things that aren't me, and then it ends up getting pushed into tier 3 of special education instead of acknowledging, no, what are our tier 2 supports, and how do we both get better at our job as general education, but with the additional supports of the tier 2. So I'm with you. I'm super excited about that. On slide 22, I definitely appreciated and want to give a shout out to the number of MOUs, like the growth from last year to this year, both in the process clarification, the MOUs that are in place. I can see direct action to address these issues. And it's just really a fun reality for all of us that our budget is so strapped so quickly. We knew this was coming. We didn't know we didn't have more time. So I just wanted to give a thank you to all the work you've been doing to start addressing these things. It just all came to us so quick, right? So the question, when we are looking at agencies to contract with, are we getting, how are we improving our process to ensure that the agencies are truly meeting our needs, following our process and procedures? We're hearing some concerns from our SEIU folk about aides in particular that don't seem to be performing great at their jobs in the contracting space. And I'm sorry to throw that one at you. We don't have to talk about that or address that specifically, but these are all in my head to go, how are we getting better at who we're choosing to contract with? Because they're taking millions of our dollars. And if our kids aren't improving, then that's got to change. So what's our process for choosing our agencies?
Well, our SELPA director, Gio Linares, has the responsibility to establish master contracts and rates. They do it in sort of a collaborative effort across the region, looking at market trends and things like that. That's done in the spring, and we have the opportunity then to determine if we're going to continue with the current contracts or whether we're going to perhaps move on to a different provider, which we did do some of this year, and we did that for a variety of reasons. We too are working very closely this year with the new partners that we have because, yes, we have heard some concerns, and we are working very hard with them to improve the services at the school site and make sure that contracted employees adhere to the same kinds of standards that we would expect our own employees to do. Sign in, take your lunch, come back from your lunch, be there and available for the child. It is not perfect by any means, and we still have much work to do.
I kind of want to just say as an educator too, contracting out services is not an issue or a problem we should be dealing with. I mean, really, truly, this whole process, the best employees are those that work here and are in the communities and love the kids and are invested in what happens on our school campuses and in our classrooms and on the playground and in the cafeteria. And so we are all reluctantly using contractors because we are unable to hire because of staffing shortages and all of those things. So I want to give a shout out to this is not work we should have to be doing, and I'm thankful that you guys are stepping up and making it happen. Okay. Final thoughts. Chief Marking, on page 26, you ended with a beautiful question, and I wrote half of it down. What priorities from the past will sunset to, what's the end of your question? Because I wanted to keep mulling over that as we move forward in needing to make decisions on all of this challenging info we're looking at.
Thank you. The question is, what priorities from the past will sunset to create and maintain affordability of the priorities set by the board today?
All right. And we've done some conversation as a board in our workshop spaces, talking about just we've had a lot of priorities and we've had a lot of resources, and now it's okay, what's prioritizing over the priorities because our resources are not what they used to be. The last thing I want to share is just, we're in a financial space that for years our community and others have heard Sac City talk about. But 3 years ago, when I first got elected and seated on the board, while that financial space was being said that we were in trouble, there was $100 million sitting in the budget. Today, that's not true. The space we're in, there is a difference today, and I just want to give a huge shout out. Thank you, Member Kayada, for getting this conversation going, which we've gone way over time, but I think it's obvious that our hearts and our questions and our heads are in this. We are doing this differently because the board is asking for more info, because our staff is re-looking at the practices and the policies and the procedures, because we're working between silos. We're not being in places where it's just pointing fingers. It's like, no, let's get folks into rooms. Let's train more effectively. Let's have these deep conversations. No one is trying to hide anything. There isn't money in lots of spots that are being hidden. Where we are at shouldn't be surprising. But as you pull up a rock and the bugs come crawling out, sometimes you're like, I didn't know that bug was that big. Now we got to figure out what to do. So I just want to say that there is a difference today in how we're handling and approaching this. And for those who are maybe paying attention and watching, I hope you start listening and look for those differences as we really grapple with the info that'll be coming in our first interim in December, because we know that that's coming, and your presentation in November about how we continue to think about our financial space. And it looks like 2 other people got in there, so sorry, folks, you're not done yet. Member Benjamin?
He actually didn't have anything.
Oh, he didn't? Okay. Member Singh, sitting in my seat.
Funny. I had some thoughts that I had prepared, but I think a lot has been said. And I see us moving forward in a mixture of things. I appreciate the information, and I'm encouraged by the processes and the steps that staff want to take to clarify things and make things better and make sure that we're not letting things fall through the cracks as they may have been. And at the same time, I really feel what Member Rhodes and Member Kayada mentioned, and that is that we, in this moment, do need to figure out how to remain, I'd say, accountable to the community, and that accountability is shared by both staff and the board. So in that sense, we do need to take steps, in my opinion, to kind of do some budgetary stuff and some oversight stuff, which clearly falls into our purview, in my opinion. But at the same time, we're encouraged by the fact that you're already taking steps. And I would really just see it as an opportunity to show us the math so that we can see what's happening. Because I feel like what was happening now is we're just getting end results and not seeing how we got there. And if we are put in a position where we get to see things, and there's more protocols and procedures to sign off on things, and the board sees agendized items around unauthorized spending rather than through consent in other spaces, that it's not only transparent to the community, but also transparent to us. Because as much as I may have signed off on something on consent, the reality is lots of stuff gets filed through consent, and I want to make sure that this item, which has brought us to this deficit situation, should be something that almost always should be a standing item, in my opinion, until we get to the point where enough of the procedures have been put in place where we can get back to a shared point of trust. I don't want this to be a forever thing. I would just encourage us to do it at least for a time being, where we can get back to a level of trust that we can all have as a group. So that's more like kind of recapping what Member Rhodes and Member Kayada said. So I think Member Kayada put things more into like a couple of numbered items, which I don't have right now. So I would defer back to him with the numbered items that he had listed and see if anyone else has anything to add on this. But I appreciate the presentation, and I don't deny the changes that we're making, but I see this as a partnership, and I see it as a necessary step for us to help you all in making sure that there's transparency in the process.
Absolutely. Thank you. And by all means, the budget belongs to the board and the community. Staff can only process at the direction and authority of the board. And so we are happy to have this conversation with you and happy to take any feedback we can on making the process more transparent and bring it to you in a way that helps you make the best decision as to what's right for the district. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You don't have.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, we didn't take action on it. Just, you gotta take action on it.
I think that's an action item, so give us a second.
Oh, that was an action item.
Was
Sorry.
it?
Not this one.
What?
The unauthorized.
Yeah, the unauthorized
Yeah.
contracts.
Yes. Didn't we authorize them?
There was no vote.
Okay. Do we
Is
vote?
it action?
Okay.
Yeah, we have to.
All right. Let us vote on that real quick.
So do we have to vote on it? Yes. Janae?
Sorry, Janae, we didn't take action on the 4 contracts. We need to do that one. They're in the, I know, she's like, please.
All right. Sorry. So, does anyone want to come a motion on it? All right.
Okay, I will make a motion that we approve staff's recommended action to approve the October 2, 2025 and October 16, 2025 unauthorized contract items submitted for payment under protest.
We have a second from Member Ibarra. We're going to move to a full vote, and we'll start with Member Jean.
To approve the 4 that are here.
Go ahead. There's no student. Is there student preferentials?
No, it's always student preferential.
I didn't see your name on here. Student preferential vote.
Aye. Member Jean? Aye. Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
No.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
So moved.
Thank you.
We also need to extend this meeting. We're going to make a motion to extend the meeting. Can I get a second? Just do it.
Yeah, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Amanda.
Let's be clear, they are not cheering for me, they're cheering for these two. All right, so here we are at this late hour to have our public hearing on the charter renewal for Bowling Green Elementary. Bowling Green Elementary, umbrella for Chacona McCoy, but we're just gonna say Bowling Green Elementary because that's the legal container. This team submitted their petition for renewal on September 23rd for renewal for the charter term that will expire at the end of this year, June 30th, 2026. You will see a staff report November 5th, and we will be voting on their renewal at the November 20th board meeting. Bowling Green is in the middle renewal tier, which means that in general, the assumption is a 5-year renewal based on their outcomes over this past, actually 7 years since their last renewal. And when we look at the staff report, we'll look at recommendations for what we'd like to see from them over the next 5 years. And with that, I will hand it over to Principals Torres and Floyd.
Oh, that'd be excellent. All right. Thank you, Superintendent Allen, President Singh, school board members. Some people scare me. I also want to thank, most importantly, Ms. Sabata, who represents the Bowling Green community, and she's been doing it whether she's on the board or not. I also want to thank our families and staff here at Cerner. And I would like to thank our families and staff who are watching on TV. My name is Malcolm Floyd. I am the principal at Bowling Green McCoy, and this is my colleague.
Hi, good evening. This is Sylvia Torres, and I'm the principal at Bowling Green Chacon Language and Science Academy.
So our vision and mission, our vision is pretty much like everybody else. We want our kids to be proficient in all grade level standards. 3 bullet points, we want them to be critical thinkers, empathetic, and of course, proactive members of society who advocate for themselves and others. That's the same as pretty much our mission. We just want responsible students who become compassionate, proactive citizens who contribute positively to their communities.
Okay, so in our history, Bowling Green was established in 1993, making us one of the first charter schools in the nation and number 18 in the state of California. Over the years, we have evolved, meeting the needs of our South Sacramento community, and many of the innovations in our original charter are now considered best practices. We've always had smaller class sizes, we have extended our social days, we have full-time social workers. Social emotional learning has always been a focus for us. We do have very strong steering committee. We bring in our parents and our community members. For over 20 years, we've been part of the home visit project. And we, instead of having an open house, all of our teachers meet every single parent as a beginning of the year conference, just so that they can have a stronger parent connection since the beginning of the school year. Bowling Green Chacon Language and Science Academy is, we offer a Spanish dual immersion 90-10 model. It supports cognitive development, academic success, bilingualism, and cultural awareness. It also promotes equity and builds strong school community ties while honoring many of our students' first language.
On the other side of the campus, McCoy, we have a looping model, second and third grade, and fourth and fifth. A few benefits, academic benefits, they build continuity in learning. The stronger relationships, we have that with the teacher and student, and then also with the parent and the teacher. More efficient use of time when you loop, faster start to learning each school year because you don't have to meet the student all over again. And then it boosts students' confidence, students feel known and supported.
Our data shows that nearly all the students at Chacon are making at least a year's growth in reading and math. Many are also reaching their stretch growth, showing strong progress towards grade level performance. We see similar gains at McCoy. Students are showing consistent growth across subjects and closing gaps more quickly than ever before.
This is the Kelvin survey that Mr. O'Leary was talking about earlier. You're going to see the same results pretty much with Chacon and McCoy. Dark blue represents the stronger points. We all believe in belonging, safety, predictability. McCoy has gratitude, while Chacon has well-being.
Due to what we feel is our strong Tier 1 SEL supports and restorative practices, our suspension rates are very low, and we built in proactive systems rather than reactive ones.
So now we're looking at our standardized test, the CASP and ELA. We pretty much score pretty much the same. Improvement over the years. Attending Bowling Green correlates with the students meeting their stretch growth goals on already, like Ms. Silva-Torres stated. And when we look at math, students at Bowling Green are showing recovery from COVID and the strengthening of math skills. As we can see, we continue to improve as the years progress.
We have strong partnerships with organizations like Sac State, Sierra Nevada Journeys, the Sacramento Methodist Church, and Project School Bell. These partners support field experiences, student celebrations, supplies, books, and our staff development.
So we have extended learning opportunities, our ELOP. You can see a list of our field trips there. We have after-school activities as well that last all the way up until like 6 o'clock. However, the most important field trip was the Bear Valley and Alpine County. Both schools went for a week, shared the space, learned a lot about each other. But you got to remember, we didn't have a campus for the summer. So it was really trying to find kids at their houses. But I think this is the best field trip we had.
Like I said, social emotional has been central to our charter since back in 1993. We have 2 full-time social workers, 1 at each site, daily community circles, calming corners in every classroom. We have a strong parent involvement, and we have a very strong steering committee also. If we have events at our school, like our engineering day at Chacon, which highlights our hands-on learning. We have a philosophy where students learn better as they're doing things, and this exposes the students to a real-world problem solving. They make it all the way from starting the problem to doing some hypothesis, going and testing, and and then at the end, they present it to all the other grade levels, and then we actually do it in the evening and present it to the families. So we recognize that we have opportunities for growth, and we do recognize that we have some strategic responses to that. One of it is for enrollment. We are expanding our outreach throughout community efforts and a united front from both schools. As more enrollment we get, the better is for both of our sites.
Of course, increasing school climate and culture. That's what the Kelvin survey is going to do. Help us identify what the data says and work with our kids. The next one is implementation of a new TSEL program and staff training.
We also recognize that in academics, we'll continue strengthening our small group instruction, using our aids that we have more intentionally, and leveraging that we do have small class sizes and making a bigger impact to our students. So go Bowling Green Dragons. We are proud of our history, our innovation, and the results we're seeing. Bowling Green remains deeply committed to our students, to our families, and our South Sacramento community. We appreciate your time and consideration and look forward to continuing to work for another charter term. And thank you so much, appreciate you. And thank you to our families.
Mike B.
You have public comment now.
We have three. First speaker, Rita Markstein, followed by Dr. Sue Baker and Kathy Fong.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. It's so late. You're all holding up so well. My name is Dr. Sue Baker. I'm a professor at Sac State, and I'm here to speak in support of this wonderful school. We've placed our student teachers at this school. This is my 25th year at Sac State. We've been placing student teachers at Bowling Green Chacon since I got to Sac State. Our student teachers that are placed at the school do so well. It's an amazing school, as was just talked about. The students feel safe. They feel like they're in a family. Families continue to put the siblings at the school. The reason why the Chacon Academy is called the Chacon Academy is because one of our professors taught a science class on the campus for years in Spanish. And so our student teachers would come to the campus and get to take their class at the Bowling Green campus. And then many of our student teachers are now teachers at Bowling Green. And so this cycle continues. And we've just been honored and blessed to get to work with the school. And we look forward to working with the school for many years to come. Okay, so I want to thank you so much for your support for the school over the years. And we hope that the school continues so that we can continue to place our student teachers there. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Rita Markstein. Kathy Fong.
Good evening. Thank you so much for staying up so late and waiting for us so we can renew our charter together. But also thanks to all the parents and the teachers and staff who decided to stay up this late. I told the kids even they're kind of late, but it's okay. They're willing to support our school, so thank you. Good evening, school board members. My name is Kathy Fong, and I've been a great privilege of teaching Bowling Green Charter McCoy Elementary School since 1999. Over the past 26 years, McCoy has not just been my workplace, it's truly been my second home. One of the great joys of my time here has been growing with this community, not just watching it change over the years, but being an active part of that growth. At McCoy, everything we do is centered on meeting the needs of our students through looping, social-emotional learning, and school-wide commitment to build strong, lasting relationships. We create learning environment that allows us to truly know our students, their strengths, their challenges, their learning styles, and their passions. Our students benefit greatly and truly need these strategies. Many of our children come to us with unique academic, social, and emotional needs. Our looping model gives us time and opportunity to understand those needs more fully, to build trust, and to create consistent, safe spaces for learning. Teaching students for multiple years allows me to build meaningful connections, not only with them, but also with their families. This is especially powerful for families who speak English as a second language, as it allows us to become true partners in supporting their child's growth. Over time, we don't just become a team, we become a family. The community can create stability, which is essential for helping students grow academically and emotionally. Combining with intentional SEL practices and teach self-awareness, resilience, and empathy, these strategies ensure we're not just teaching content, we're nurturing the whole child. Over the years, I have had the honor of seeing students I taught return as confident young adults, either to visit or to work as part of our Bowling Green McCoy family as staff members. I cheered them on at their graduations, sat in the stands of their college soccer games, and even attended their weddings. Staying connected with them is one of the greatest gifts of this work, a reminder that we do reach far beyond the classroom. That sense of connection doesn't end when students move on. I've had the joy of teaching siblings, cousins, and now even children of former students. That is the kind of school McCoy is, rooted in relationships, rich in a tradition, and committed to every child and every family that walk through our doors. Thank you.
No more public comment.
All right, because I have to say this, that concludes our public hearing. So, board discussion. I don't think these are cleared from before.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I'm so excited for you all. It's almost like I'm speechless, but I'm not speechless. I always have a lot to say. So, with that said, when I want to reflect back on your vision and mission. I think that was on page 5 of the slide. When I was introduced to the Bowling Green community, I was organizing. And I remember going in to the McCoy side. And 5, there you go, right there. I want to highlight this because community didn't have this then. They did on one side, but not on the other. And so to see this embodied on both sides is such a beautiful thing, because this is where families choose to send their kids. And it's apparent when I get emails or phone calls from the community that that's what they want. They want to stay there and they want to remain there. They just want to ensure that they have the supports for their kids. So that tells me that you as admin are creating that space, not just for your families, but for your staff to create that environment. So I want to say, Pat, this is your time I don't have actual flowers, but for me to give that to you, because this is not always the case. But I'm extremely proud that you are in my area, truly from the bottom of my heart. And Amanda, oh my gosh, right? Like, what was the steering committee like at McCoy when we met? And where are we at today? So thank you for all of your hard work. I don't want to take up too much time because, again, I can go on and on. But continue the work. And Bowling Green staff, invite me on some home visits.
Member Jean.
I just wanted to say thank you for sticking around so late. We just ran way over. And I really just appreciate the passion and dedication of all of the parents and students and educators in the family saying we care about our community and we're going to make sure we show up for it. So thank you.
Member Cata.
All right, so for those of you who don't know, my father-in-law, Dr. Dennis Ma, was one of the founders of Bowling Green, so I know a lot of your history. And I will say I am sure he is very happy that we're here today talking about this renewal. When we've talked about, and of course I've read your charter because he's my father-in-law and he grills me on it, but I will say, not only was this the 18th charter, which by the way is in his email address, as you know, but it was the first dependent charter in the state, and that's because of the community vision that created the school. It wasn't created as a way of escaping from the district and doing your own thing. It was created because the district wasn't meeting the needs of the community, which weren't represented district-wide, but were very specific to the area you serve. And they wanted the flexibility to do that while still being a part of our system. And that's how I see you. You are a part of our system, and we truly are partners in educating these kids. The other thing that Dr. Ma tells me all the time is that the charter and the whole concept of a charter school is not just a legal formality as a way to exist independent of a school district. It is a magic document that describes what you are doing for your community, what your vision is, what your values are, and when you send your kids there, you can pull out the charter at any time, and you know that that's how your kids are being served. And 100%, I feel that you all are living through to that mission and being a charter school in the true sense of the word by having a strong charter, truly strong charter. I think the strongest one in our district, probably in the state, and following it. So you'll be back, and I look forward to approving this. Thank you for all the hard work.
I'm good? Yeah. Okay. So I'm not going to keep you long because they need to get home, go to bed so they can be at school in the morning. But I just want to say, a good charter is really kind of sometimes only as good as its admin. And so I want to give you your flowers, all right? It takes a lot to water these seeds, right, and see them grow and blossom and become, what they need to be. But I think that when I drive by Chacon, it's just a certain energy that's there, right? When I go by McCoy, it's a certain energy there, and I know it comes from you two and all your faculty, staff, and teachers. And I want to thank you all. So I look forward also for you all to come back so we can approve this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Just to announce it, 11.2, public hearing on charter renewal for California Montessori project.
Go come up here, Matt.
Taking wild. I'll have to tackle that.
All right. Hi. Yeah. All right. Okay, so we are here tonight as well for the public hearing on the charter renewal for California Montessori Project, Capitol Campus. I'm here with Matt Taylor, Superintendent of California Montessori. On September 25th, the California Montessori Project submitted their petition for renewal. I want to note their charter does not currently expire until next year. They have submitted early with the understanding that we're not deciding until the data is in, so we will have the most current year's data in November before we have to decide in December. So I want to make that clear. That was a shared understanding in this process. They are and anticipate continuing in the high renewal tier, which means that they are either blue or green in all state indicators or outperforming the state in all of their indicators. And so my report that you'll get I don't know, whatever date, the date that I said on there, will include a full review of their petition, prior year oversight, fiscal and governance, and make sure we're really confident in that high tier. And with that, I will hand this over to Superintendent Taylor.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for hanging on so late. Good evening, President Singh and trustees, as well as Superintendent Allen. I'm here with Lakshmi Aradhya, our principal at CMP Capitol Campus, as well as Candace LaMarche, who is our Chief Operating Officer, and Jenna is one of our board members, as well as a couple of students that will be all part of this presentation. So thank you for the time today. We have, the California Montessori Project is a network of 6 different charter schools throughout the Sacramento area, serving about 3,000 kids, and CMP Capital serves about 420 currently. Here's our location right there where the big heart is. That's our campus in the College Glen neighborhood. We serve a lot of students from around there. Our mission statement is that the mission of the California Montessori Project is to provide a quality, tuition-free Montessori education that challenges our students to reach their full potential. And I'll let you take a look at our vision statement, but we really have been leaning in on our goal of empowering every student to be a global citizen. That is a big part of what we do through our Montessori method and through our program. So a couple of highlights about our learning environment. So we are a comprehensive we provide comprehensive academic development using Montessori-based curriculum and practices. That includes a lot of the materials you see here on the screen. This is how our kids learn for most of the day. They get their job mat, they go get their materials, they work independently, and they're able to self-correct a lot of their learning activities through the Montessori jobs that they do. We also have multi-age classrooms, similar to how Bowling Green was talking about looping. We actually do multi-age classrooms, 3-year multi-age classrooms that our students are part of. Field lessons are a big part of what we do, taking students out into the world to see how it works. And all of our students, all of our teachers we strive to have all of our teachers be dual credentialed, which means they have a California teaching credential and a Montessori credential that CMP pays for. So we pay for that Montessori training. So the teachers come to us with a California teaching credential. We add that Montessori credential on top of that. We also have an instructional aide in every classroom. So we have small class sizes, and that second adult is a core part of the Montessori model, as well as the way we implement special education at our sites is through a full inclusion model. And we do serve about 22% students with disabilities at CMP Capital, which is about 50% higher than the state of California. So we do enroll a much larger percentage of students with disabilities. However, we do enroll a smaller percentage of English learners than the district. And that's something that we as a team have amended in this charter to try and address that through our public random lottery by revising some of our preferences that we would then focus on. Students in the neighborhood would get top preference in the lottery. It used to be that it was students that had prior Montessori experience was who was prioritized in the lottery. We've now changed that for this charter to try and be more reflective of our surrounding community. So I want to talk a little bit about academic outcomes. So as Dr. Goldman mentioned, CMP Capital is in the high track. In fact, 3/4 of our schools are in the high track. So as a system, this Montessori public method works really, really well and results in very high outcomes for students. We've done all the analysis around our 24-25 CASP data, and it shows that we will be high track again when that data is released by the CDE. So our academic results real quickly, looking at our CASP results compared to the state and the district, we had a drop like almost everybody did coming out of COVID and have seen a steady rise in both math and ELA. Our suspension rates have remained very low. That's the graph on the bottom left. Our suspension rates have remained in that 1% range, and our chronic absenteeism, which was pretty high, has now come back down to in that lower rate. We also receive a lot of awards and accreditations. We were just awarded the California PBIS Gold Implementation Award. And we received a 6-year accreditation through the WASC Commission, as well as we are accredited by the American Montessori Society, which is a national accrediting agency for Montessori schools. So quickly wanted to cover our climate and culture results. We have we do similar surveys to what you all were talking about. Our students, staff, and families report high standards of achievement. We also our students, staff, and families feel that the teachers treat students with respect, which is a big part of our Montessori goals. And our students do feel like they have an adult that they can talk to, and we have a high level of parental involvement through families and staff reporting attendance in those kinds of events. And I'm going to turn it over to one of our board members, Jenna Klein, to talk as a parent as well as a board member.
Matt?
Yes.
I need to take a breath. President Singh, trustees, Superintendent Allen, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak. My mom, who's a longtime special educator, once told me, a good school is a school where teachers, parents, administrators, and students do what's best for kids. They work together to do that. I believe CMP and SUSD embody that spirit. So I want to talk a little bit about what we believe. We believe Montessori schools should be free public charter schools. I didn't mean to say charter, but we are a charter, so it's okay. Maria Montessori began her work with disabled and impoverished children. CMP Capital's community includes 22% students with disabilities on a full inclusion model. We believe in fostering a community of belonging with ample opportunities for volunteering, field trips, and after-school enrichment. Our fundraising efforts directly support financial aid for live scans so all parents can volunteer if they want to, field trips, enrichment scholarships so all kids can participate in after-school activities, classroom funds for teachers, and campus improvements such as our swing set and our sandbox. We believe in peace and friendship. We believe in grace and courtesy. And I believe, and I think we believe, that CMP and SUSD are in community. Because you see, we support each other. CMP parents, staff members, board members joined with SUSD to canvass and text bank for Measure D. You have supported us with facilities to support our growing TKK program. Sorry. And Matt and I were recently honored to attend your Oak Ridge Elementary ribbon cutting, and really congratulations on that facility. It's beautiful. You guys did a great job. And we're collaborating on a renovation project at a district-owned site that's leased by CMP. So, with all that said, we're proud to be a part of your ecosystem of schools. And I'm grateful for the partnership we have. I want to make sure I'm extending a personal invitation to every single one of you to come to a tour of our school with me. I would love for you to come see our students learning and thriving. And let's continue to do good work together. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenna. So we have a couple of students. Can I have Audrey and her sister Elise come up? They'd like to share some things with you.
Hi, my name is Audrey, and I am in the 5th grade at California Montessori Project, Capitol Campus. I'm excited to be here and talk about my positive experience at CMP Capital. I have been at CMP Capital for about 6 years, from kindergarten to 5th grade. I have been to Montessori schools my entire life, and it has been a really great experience. Progressing over the years I've been at CMP, I have had a lot of helpful people come and help and work with me, even when I had a hard time at school or in the classroom. And those people were my teachers in the classroom, the staff and aides, and also my fellow students. We are a community and support each other. Two things that I love about being at my school are how we get to stay in the same class throughout 6 to 9 or 9 to 12 or even middle school. The other thing that I really like is the fact that instead of just using your brain to power through math, like at most schools, at CMP we get to use materials like the pegboard or the division board. That has been my experience at CMP, and I hope that it only gets better.
Thank you, Audrey. Thank you. And we have one more student, Lucy, who's actually a student here in Sac City at McClatchy, but it was a graduate of ours. So we wanted to have her come share with you for a moment. And we have no other public comments, so we're just putting it all in here.
Hello, board. I graduated from CMP last year. I'm currently at CK McClatchy High School. I have attended CMP since I was 4 years old. During that time, I truly had an amazing experience. I met so many amazing people. The teachers are amazing and the supporting staff. There were lots of things to do, like electives, like the Model UN elective directed by Melanie Brown, and middle schoolers being able to work with the younger students and having amazing connections with my teacher, that I still have a very strong relationship with my kindergarten teacher, which is one of the reasons why I'd been there since I was kindergarten to 8th grade, because I just love the staff. And I think when you have lots of kids, lots of people in my middle school that I graduated with, I had known since kindergarten. And I think that just really shows that CMP is a great place to send your kid. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Lucy, so much. All right, thank you all so much. And we'd love to invite you out November 14th. We have a gratitude festival in leading up towards Thanksgiving. And that's on Friday, November 14th. We'd happy to invite you all out and to come out and see our amazing classrooms. And we're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Public comment?
We have one, Cricket Hitchens Kennedy.
I'll keep it really brief. Thank you all for being here so late. I've been a parent of CMP students for 13 years now, with another 6 to go. We drive a half an hour to get to our campus because of the staff and the community that we have there. My oldest is graduating high school at the end of this year, and meeting with his high school teachers, and when they find out that he went to a Montessori school and that it was a public Montessori school, they say he makes a lot of sense, that the way he thinks makes sense. The school teaches our kids to advocate for themselves, to speak up for what they need. It teaches them to treat each other with kindness. They do a lot of interpersonal conflict negotiation skills. I'm blown away by what my kids come home talking about. And then when they don't like what I've told them to do, they ask me if I'll sit down and have a peace talk with them. That's slightly less great. I'm really thankful for the opportunity that we have to be in partnership with the district so that our kids have the opportunity to attend this school, and look forward to going through this process with you all again. This is my 3rd one now. Thank you.
All right, that concludes public hearing, board discussion. Go ahead, April.
Thank you all for coming out this evening. I just want to call out and say thank you for including this piece that you all have been very thoughtful in integrating the English learners in your program. And that speaks volumes to not just your presentation, but the mission of your school. And Jen, I just want to say, when I was campaigning, I remember knocking on your door, and you took that opportunity to advocate for this school, which demonstrates to me really the passion behind what you do and the conversations we had even when we were at Oak Ridge. So I'd love to take that opportunity to go and learn more from your school, but just really the way you narrated everything this evening, the both of you, embodies exactly what you said, and I want to tie it back to that collaborative piece, because I appreciate that it came from you and that that's the way that you all presented it before you even said it. That's just an example of what we want to see, or I shouldn't speak for us as a board because that's not fair to the rest of the board, but that's something that I would like to see more of, that collaborative partnership as we're looking at how we interact with our charters, whether they're dependent or not. So I thank you for that, both of you.
Member Jean.
I wanted to give the shout out for this 6-year WASC. I mean, there's a lot of things in here, but that one, I know what that one takes. And then I just wanted to say I appreciate not only the high success and the creativity and the commitment to Montessori and supporting your staff in their dual credentialing and all of those pieces, but that you're still looking ways to improve and considering the students that we serve and the students that deserve opportunities and options. And then acknowledging the ways and the spaces that you can continue to grow. I also want to give a shout out to SPED at 22%. Like I'm a 20-year high school English teacher. That's why I ran for school board. I wanted to put educator spaces in here, right, in the conversations we have. And one of my continual frustrations is when charters continually support a certain kind of kiddo that's probably going to do great no matter what, and then claim their excellence in that. And so when I look at things like special education supports and the supports for staff, but then also recognizing the equity realities and whatnot, like I can hear your heart coming through and all that. So I just want to give a huge shout out to the work that you're doing.
Well, thank you, and thank you for knocking on those doors with us, and loved being in the neighborhood anyway. So that was fun, and I still remember it. So I appreciate you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, 12.1, approve the submission of provisional internship permit applications to California Commission on Teaching Credentials.
Hi. All right. So there we go. So good evening, Board President Singh, board members, and Superintendent Allen. My name is Christina Pena. I am the Human Resources Audit and Compliance Analyst. I'm here this evening to present to you and ask you for your approval for a provisional internship permit application. I'm here this evening because Ed Code provides an opportunity for districts to waive portions of credentialing requirements in order to allow educators a little more time to complete their credential requirements. In order to submit the provisional internship permit application for this employee in need, the CCTC, which is the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing, requires a public notice to process along with board approval prior to the submission of the provisional internship permit application. The applicant listed here is currently working on meeting their program requirements in order to become eligible for their intern preliminary teaching credential. These permits will allow the teacher the opportunity to complete their requirements set forth by the CCTC and remain in their position while they continue their work with students. Staff recommends approving this permit request.
Thank you. Public comment?
No public comment.
Or discussion? Member Rhodes. Well,
I just have a quick question.
Okay.
Everybody says, "Oh." This staff member, are they teaching in a classroom currently?
No, not at this moment.
Okay.
So they were working towards their credential. They didn't meet the requirement, so this is our emergency permit in order to put them back into the classroom.
Back in the classroom. And,
Yes.
and what class were they working as a teacher previously? In what
Yes.
grade level?
Mm-hmm.
Which grade level?
I believe, well, they're in special education.
Okay,
So,
got you. Okay, those are the things I was wondering about, seeing if they're still working out without one. But thank you, I appreciate that.
yeah, of course.
all right, thank you. I heard a motion.
He moved it, I seconded it.
All
I have
right.
no idea. It was-
Roll call vote. We'll start with our student preferential vote.
Aye. Member Jean?
Thanks for being here so late. Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Future board meetings, November 6th and November 20th. Motion to adjourn. Thank you.
Happy birthday.